Good morning again. We realize it's nearing the top of the hour, but we're waiting for a few more folks to arrive, including the president of the college and our opening speaker. We have in Baltimore a pretty gross weather day, so everybody seems to be delayed due to traffic and congestion. So if you're online, I appreciate you waiting and your patience, and we will be starting as soon as we can.
Ah, there I am. I'm here. Okay, good morning, everybody. We're about to go ahead and start with the conference. Very grateful that all of you are here. Please bear with us. This is a hybrid conference, and we're going to be doing this both in person and remote. So let's just go ahead and kick it off.
Okay. Great. What a morning. Good morning, everybody. I am happy to be here, although I am sorry that I'm on Zoom. I had planned to be there in person, but had a little car trouble this morning, and the AAA guy literally just left. So I think I'm good, but I should be there a little bit later this morning, but did want to get us started. So welcome to Communicating Sustainability, an international gathering with sustainability activists. My name's Amy Skillman, and I'm the director of the MA in Sustainability here at Goucher College. And I'd like to begin with a few comments about how to participate. You probably know most of this, but it's always good to review it. If you are on Zoom, we do have live captioning available. You can use the CC button at the bottom of your screen to access that. If you are in person, you'll see that we have live interpreters, and they are also on Zoom. So there are multiple ways to access the content today. If you are joining online, please keep your microphone on mute and use the raise hand function, which is in the reactions, behind the reactions button on the bottom of your screen, if you want to ask a question or offer a comment. You can also put that in the chat, and we'll read it out loud or share it in some way. If you're in person, and have a comment or a question, we'd ask you to come up to the podium or to the microphone so that everybody can see you and hear you in this hybrid format. We are recording all the sessions today. So if you are on Zoom and you don't want to be recorded, you can simply turn off your video. We are also using the spotlighting function, and that is really so that our recording ultimately will have both the ASL interpreter and the speaker front and center. But if you prefer, you can keep your screen in gallery view, and you will see all the squares in the room. We ask that you be patient with us. For many of us, this is our first time doing this kind of a hybrid event, and there are multiple technologies that we're playing with. So, as a gathering that seeks to honor local knowledge and ways of knowing, I ask that we begin by honoring the many cultures on whose land we are privileged to gather, even those of us virtually. I ask that we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, that we pay our respects to the elders, past, present, and emerging, for they hold the memories, the traditions, the culture, and the hopes of peoples around the world. We owe our existence and our privilege to the communities and ancestors who have come before. For those of us gathered in person, I honor on Goucher's campus, I honor the elders of the Piscataway people whose land was stolen by European colonists. I also honor the enslaved people who lived and worked on the land where Goucher College now stands. Now, while a land acknowledgement is not enough, it is an important social justice and decolonial practice that promotes Indigenous visibility and is a reminder that, that we are on sacred land. So let this land acknowledgement be an opening for all of us to contemplate the ongoing struggles of Indigenous and oppressed peoples, and to resist colonial indoctrination through various movements for identity, sustainability, sovereignty, and self-determination. So now let me begin by introducing you to the president of Goucher College, Kent Devereaux. Kent is a composer, an artistic director, an academic administrator, and the 12th president of Goucher College. One of my favorite facts is he was a Fulbright Fellow at the National Arts Academy in Java and has collaborated with artists around the world. So I think he has a really interesting perspective on collaboration, on communication, and is the perfect person to welcome you all to our gathering today. So let me introduce President Devereaux.
Great, thanks, Amy. And let me just first and foremost welcome everyone here today. Both of those of you joining us physically here on campus on this rainy day, and we're welcoming the rain after a long dry spell. And to our many friends joining us virtually from around the world, Goucher College and its MA in Cultural Sustainability is pleased to partner with the University of Glasgow, Scotland, and the Universidade Federal de Sergipe in Brazil to host this important conversation on sustainability. This gathering reflects Goucher's commitment to innovation, social justice, and global education by offering an educational opportunity to explore diverse approaches to sustainability across sectors, across countries, and across cultures. And it's a college that provides 100% of our undergraduate students the opportunity to study abroad in over 50 countries around the world. A global perspective is literally woven into everything we do here. So welcome, all of you. Sustainability as a concept is understood in many sectors and by many governments around the world to be critical to our survival. But global warming and the increase in economic inequality and social divisiveness, it exacerbates, threatens the very sustainability of not only our planet and the diverse cultures of our world, but everything we do. Yet the term has diverse meanings across sectors and is often so misunderstood that it becomes meaningless. It creates roadblocks in our efforts to bring people together and to create positive change for us all. This gathering is what we hope will just be one small effort to seek common ground and to help us all recognize the value of diverse perspectives and approaches to sustainability. So in today's program, you will hear about sustainability efforts across North America, not only in the US, but in Mexico, the Cayman Islands, Canada, and the US Virgin Islands. Then tomorrow, you will have the opportunity to hear from and talk with sustainability activists working in Great Britain, Brazil, the Amazon forest, Tunisia, Norway, the Netherlands, and elsewhere. We fervently believe that cross-cultural conversations like this are critical to us all understanding, identifying, and implementing creative solutions that can lead us to long-term cultural sustainability. As you listen and talk with each other today, we would ask that you be open to very different perspectives on the same issue, to seek common understandings where we can, and identify those building blocks that will help us all carry this work forward after this conference. So thank you once again for those of you joining us online, as well as you who've taken the time to join us here on campus. Welcome to Goucher College and welcome to this conference on cultural sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kent. It's really an honor to have you join us today, and I appreciate you taking the time to be here. I'm hoping we're going to have some really great conversations today, and we'll be sure to keep you updated and let you know what the new developments are, especially after our conversations tomorrow. So I would be remiss not to introduce the amazing team that has been working to develop this conference. In particular, and if I were in the room, I'd be pointing to them, but hopefully you'll raise your hands. Amy Millen and Cecelia Ottenweller are Max alumni, and the three of us have been meeting weekly for almost a year to devise ways to get us all together and create these kinds of conversations. And I can honestly say this day would not be possible without their creativity, their energy, their kindness, and their conscientious attention to detail. So I just really wanted to shout out to them. Carolyn Carr and Caitlin Saavedra are current graduate students in the MAX program. And they're going to be keeping track of our ideas and our questions by taking notes that they'll share with us tonight, so that we have a clear message to share tomorrow with our international colleagues. And Carrie Brandon is our tech guru. He's been amazingly patient and brilliant and delightful to work with. Thank you, Carrie, so much. Lexi Rudolph is our behind the scenes registration wizard. She's not here today, but she's out there in Zoom land, and I just want to acknowledge her. Lillian Johnson and Jenny Lares have handled logistics from the Welch Center office, like the thoughtful office goddesses that they are, and I'm really grateful to them. And then Carrie Quigley has worked with us to kind of work out all the details of the ASL interpretation. So I'm especially thankful to her. So now we'd like to take a little bit of time to get to know something about you. So if you're online, please use the chat function for this. If you're in person, perhaps what you can do is use a piece of paper. I had really pretty cards I was going to bring in for everybody to use, but I'll get those to you this afternoon. But so take a piece of paper, and we're going to have you create your sustainability identity. And so with this, you're going to write your name, and then you're going to add in what state you do sustainability work. Now that could be a state like Maryland, or it could be a state of mind, like feverish or passionate. And then the third piece is what John Hawke's pillar of sustainability most resonates with you, and that could be social, environmental, economic, or cultural. And then the last is, what kind of a communicator are you? And think about this as like a writer or a painter or a blogger or a poet. So take a few minutes to work on your sustainability identity. And those of you writing it on a piece of paper, if you could hand that piece of paper to, let's see, is Carolyn in the room? Maybe Carolyn can be the person. Yeah, now here's the prompts that Amy has put up on the screen. If Carolyn's in the room, you could hand it to Carolyn. If will that work, Amy? Cecelia? So let's just take a few minutes
that will
to
work
work
great.
on.
That will
Okay,
work
excellent.
great.
Thank you. Thank you. So what you can do, and if you're in Zoom, is go up to the right-hand corner of your box, click on the 3 dots, and go down to rename, and then just type in your response. So feel free to add it in the chat if you'd like, so that those of us in Zoom land can see everybody's. Okay, I can see some people have added things in the chat. I don't see very many name changes, though. It looks like everybody's just putting it in the chat. Anyway, so keep doing that, and we'll continue on with our getting started this morning. So over a year ago, our colleagues at the Smithsonian Institution introduced me to Tom Bartlett of the University of Glasgow, whom you'll meet tomorrow. He had reached out to them about serving as the US host for an international conversation that he was dreaming about that would look at the challenges in communicating across sectors about sustainability. And the folks at the Smithsonian recommended the MAX program, the MA in Cultural Sustainability program. And we're really grateful that our partnership with the Smithsonian has put us in this position. And we really see this, our conversations today and tomorrow, as the beginning of something much bigger. And the range and diversity of responses, I think, among all of you in coming up with your cultural or your sustainability identities illustrates not only opportunities for collaboration, but also the potential for miscommunication, right? The potential for misunderstanding about sustainability across our different sectors. And as Kent said, this is why we're here today, to see if we can wrestle this concept of sustainability into some kind of pliable shape that is meaningful for everyone, not just those of us who believe that sustainability is critical to our survival, but also those who don't. And perhaps to offer some language for us to have those kinds of conversations. Each presenter today was asked to design their presentations to include questions that generate discussion with all of you. We're really eager to know your thoughts, to communicate across sectors about the challenges that we face, and then to think together about potential solutions. We acknowledge that sustainability wears many guises. To some, it is the grandmother teaching her granddaughter the proper songs to accompany a fall harvest. But to another, it might be the wrecking ball that knocks down a neighborhood in order to build a park. So our conversation today seeks to find common ground that enables all of us to put economic, environmental, social, and cultural resources to use in a way today that ensures their availability for future generations. So as you listen to the presentations and engage with each other over the next 2 days, we ask you to keep these kind of overarching questions in mind. These are questions that the International Planning Committee came up with. So Amy switched the slide to how is sustainability interpreted and represented in multiple sectors as you listen to the case studies today? Who are the principal voices in that discussion? Are there any missing? What are the dissenting voices? What are the main obstacles in communicating these understandings and needs to each other? And what innovative solutions can we develop to address those obstacles? So that's kind of our charge for the next 2 days. I want to end with just a quick note that several months ago, I attended a talk by an environmental advocate who was especially concerned about communicating the urgency of climate change to non-believers. And he showed a short video that inspired me to really think differently about communication. And if we have a chance later, maybe I'll show you the video, but let me just say that it was a cellist, a young cellist who had written a piece of music based on hard data that scientists had given him about the changing temperatures in the United States, in particular, over the past century. And the low notes represented the low temperatures, and the high notes indicated hotter climate and hotter temperatures. And when he played the piece, he played the notes over the course of a century, and it went from down here, it got higher and higher, kind of up and down, but clearly higher and higher and higher. And so it became this visual, oral, artistic form of communication that really made the point about that climate change. And then he also did a kind of musical notation and graph that became a visual change. So it was a way of engaging people orally, visually, as well as kind of scientifically with the hard data to make that point. And for me, that was an example of a different way of communicating about something that's really critical, using a different format. And so, and if we don't get to show it, I'll post it. I'll share it with you in a closing, in an email later. But it's called A Song of Our Warming Planet, if you want to look at it later. So with that, I'd like to introduce Cecelia Ottenweller, who is an extraordinary human being, and who will introduce our first presenter. So thank you so much. And once again, welcome everybody. It's I am going to figure out the right moment to take a break and get in my car and drive down to campus. So hope I'll see you all soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Hustle on down. We're anxious to see you here. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cecelia Ottenweller, and I am a graduate of the MAX program. I graduated in 2020. For anybody who's considering the MAX program, I highly recommend it. If you'd like to have some casual conversation about it later on, please feel free to approach me. It is my honor to introduce our opening speaker. Queen Noor is the creative arts director at the Clemens Family Farm in Vermont. She is a nationally known storyteller who has worked with communities to use story as an effective way to foster social change. She presents original works, traditional tales, workshops, lectures, and residencies extensively to theaters, schools, libraries, universities, museums, churches, community organizations, festivals, hospitals, family reunions, conferences, elder centers, retreats, and special events. So if you're having a bar mitzvah, make sure you call her. Queen received her MA degree in cultural sustainability from Goucher College in 2015 and served as the director of the Folk Life Center at the Perkins Center for the Arts, Morristown, New Jersey from 2016 to 2020. This presentation is made possible by the support of the Dill Fund and the Smith Fund. We're very grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, Queen Noor.
Before I say assalamu alaikum, that the folks at home or on, may not be home, but the folks on Zoom can see me as well. So it's great to be here. I drove all around campus trying to find Buckner Hall. It was hard getting out of the garage and getting into the hall, but I'm here with you, and it's such a pleasure to be here with you today. So I'm gonna go ahead and begin the program. Storytelling is the heart of cultural sustainability. The telling of our stories evokes revelation within and intimacy without. It is how we connect and an instrument for passing on legacies that come from the hand and heart. It can tell us how we got to the edge, and it can bring us back. Like the natural transitions of day into night and night into day. Storytelling is used to build change, transform, and sustain. Stories project images of collective experiences and contain the quintessence of creation, the rhythm of life. Now, I got that quote from somewhere, Let me think. That was my capstone. The role of storytelling in cultural sustainability. Put that. All right. Can I move out? How far can I move out of this space for camera? I can't. I kind of stay right here.
Yeah, that's your, the right place.
Oh, oh wait.
Yeah, that's good
So
over
when I
there.
was here, oh, I see. in
And you
there.
can go a little to your left as well.
Okay. This story come from time long ago in another land. This story comes from the kingdom of Oyo and Chabe. You see, the king of Oyo, he was a powerful king. There was not one village, land that he could not conquer with his soldiers. But like many powerful folk, he was greedy. He was cunning. And although he could conquer so many lands, there was one he dare not approach. And that was the king of Chabe in his lands. You see, Chabe was rich in lands with silver, gold, diamonds, and other precious stones. The land had rich orchards of mangoes, guava trees, orange trees, avocado, banana trees. The abundant lands would harvest corn, black-eyed peas, beans, tomatoes, and many, many other vegetables. Just thinking about the land and the people, because the people were warm in heart, grounded in spirit, and communal in love and in accomplishments of what they did together. Just thinking about that. King Oyo had, the king of Oyo, he had searched and searched and searched and searched for a way to conquer the land of Chabe. But you see, there was one thing that stopped him from the approach: tradition. For generations, there was a tie between Oyo and Chabe that was blood related. And for generations, one king to the next king to the next king partnered in friendship between the two kingdoms. And to fight a family member or betray a family member wasn't quite conscionable. But to betray and be treacherous to a friend was like a crime, a singular crime. So he thought and he thought and he thought daily. He thought about it, but he could not come up with an answer. None. Until one day, he had a bright idea. I will issue the king of Chabe a riddle. You see, in these countries, riddles was a favorite pastime in an ancient tradition. And if someone, a man, could not solve the riddle, he could lose his house or even his life. And if a king lost the riddle. He could lose part of his land or all of his kingdom. I will issue a challenge, and it will be the riddle. The riddle will be, what is the most delicious food in the world? Can someone share with me the most delicious food from their culture, that they think from their culture? And spaghetti and meatballs. Well, if the king of Chabe, and you can type it in the chat too. Is anybody here following the chat? You can type anybody, oh, thank you. Anybody from a culture, from your culture, type your favorite food in the chat. And also I'll get from here. But if the king of Chabe had said meatballs and spaghetti, then he would answer, can I have another one? Portuguese kale soup. But then, if the king of Chabe said, can I have another one? Blue crab steamed in that very special manner that's in the chat, right? Well, then the king of Oyo would say, can I have one from somebody here? Grits. You see, no matter what the answer would be, there would be another. And this would end up stimulating an argument. And with that argument, he could challenge him and fight him and wound him. And so he couldn't sleep through the night. He tossed and he turned, planning his wickedness, his riddle that he knew could not be solved. And it was before the blending of the songbirds, like the Abyssinian roller and the African gray hornbill, and all the orchestra of the birds and the roosters together. Before that could even happen, at the beginning of dawn, he called his soldiers before him. You will go to Chabe, and you will tell the king that he must answer the riddle. And he must answer this riddle before the setting of the sun. The riddle is, what is the most delicious food in the world? It is important that he return the answer by the setting of the sun. King, and they were off. They were off with speed. And when they arrived, the sun had just risen enough that its fire could be seen on the treetops. They went to the king of Chabe. King, we have a message from the king of Oyo. Yes, I see that you are from Oyo. I see that in your appearance. What is your request? The king said that you must answer this riddle and that you must answer it by the setting of the sun. What is the most delicious food in the world? Come, let me lead you to a place where you may wait for a while. You see, I have some very important royal business to take care of first, and then I will come back to you with the answer to the riddle. Well, as the king of Chabe walked away, he thought, what is this that my friend has sent to me, this riddle, and in such a demanding way? What is this? No matter what choice it is, another choice can be made. And they are all equal. They are all equal. Why would yes, he is cunning. And he has a goal to try to take the kingdom. For if I cannot answer this riddle, he can take and be in charge of this kingdom. And so even his direction to the soldiers was a ruse, for he went into the chambers quietly to think deeply about what the answer would be. Well, time go, time pass, down come, time pass. And now the sun was straight up in the sky, and the rays were fire upon the land from the sun. And the soldiers were in the room waiting and getting hungry with their stomachs burning. And they waited, and they waited, and they waited until they could almost wait no longer. They were so hungry. But just then, in came royal servers on silver platters that were filled with grilled corn. 6 servers with grilled corn, perfectly salted. Oh, they ate the corn. They devoured the corn. They couldn't stop eating it, and they ate more ears and more ears and more ears. Even when they were full, they ate more and more and more, as if they have never eaten in their lives. And just then, the servers returned with food like yams and greens, with bushmeat, red corn paste with grilled seasoned chicken. They return with black-eyed peas and onions with cassava flour and palm oil. They return with goat meat and sauce over rice, yam and greens. And they return with some strange food, like spaghetti and meatballs, and some grits in that Portuguese dish they had never seen before. And they wanted to taste and eat it all, but they were so full because their bellies were out like buckets, and they could only just nibble on some, and they had to say, take it away, we can eat no more. Just then, the king of Chabé came in. I apologize for the long wait. Could you tell me once again, what is the riddle that the king, your king, sent to me? He sent the riddle of what is the most delicious food in the world? You have had so many dishes. You have corn and grilled seasoned chicken and yams and greens and bush meat, all seasoned to perfection. Can you tell me what is the most delicious food in the world? So the soldiers went off and they thought about it. They talked and they whispered about it. King of Chabé, the most delicious food in the world is grilled corn. Grilled corn. Surely this cannot be your choice. But King, yes, you have lavished us with many, 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 many dishes, but grilled corn above the bushmeat and the red paste and the smoked fish. Yes, you see, King, we were hungry. And at that time, the food that we received was grilled corn. And so that is the most delicious food in the world to us on this day, among all that you lavished upon us. Return to your king, the king of Oyo. and tell him that hunger is the answer to what is the most delicious food in the world. For it is hunger that can make a common, humble food the most delicious food on earth when one is hungry. The men were off, and the sun was just about to set when they arrived at the castle doors. And there was Oyo. Yes, time has passed. And surely just as the sun is fading, so is fading the reputation and the independence of Chabe. For the king, he did not answer the riddle. I will possess Chabe. And when they walked the halls and finally got to the king of Oyo, the soldiers, and told him what transpired, he sat, he thought, there is no better answer. And surely hunger can make the most common, humble food, the most delicious food upon the earth. So he withdrew his challenges to Chabe. And in the tradition, they lived in friendship, passing on that friendship from one king to another for generations and generations and generations. Thank you. Okay, so when we look at that, Oyo, the king of Oyo, had challenged the king of Chabe with the riddle. He was waging war. Humanity has waged a war on itself. Through our habits and our lifestyles, we have enveloped an apathetic attitude and denial of the decline in our ability to sustain our values, our culture, and natural ways of living. As we observe the threats of a weakened environment, economy, and ethical society, there remains little doubt that changes need to be made. There is the consideration of what new needs to be enacted, but just as well, what old needs to be maintained. We hold on to some customs, sometimes not even understanding their origin, other times internalizing their intrinsic value. Some things are let go for growth, and some things are lost to the detriment of our spiritual being, our connectedness, our power. When we maintain no institutions of positive reciprocity, we find ourselves unable to participate in those wider spirits, unable to enter gracefully into nature, unable to draw community out of the mass, and finally unable to receive, contribute towards, and pass along the collective treasures we refer to as culture and tradition that was hid in the gift. Thus begs the question, how do we sustain our culture and tradition? So I ask you the question, how do we sustain our culture and tradition? Through story, through communicating sustainability through story. So I want you to look at the story for a minute and think about what elements of communicating sustainability do you see in that story? What struggles, challenges are presented as communal issues in this story that connects with your story and your work? What modes of communication connect with your work that you saw in the story? So those are some questions. I want you to think about it. You know, throw back some answers. If we can get some, give you a minute to think about it. Again, what elements of communicating sustainability did you witness in that story? What are the challenges, the communal challenges, the issues? And how does it connect? What did you see that connects with your work? And go a little deep with that too, in a deeper sense. Think about things you're working on that you're trying to change. You're trying to communicate that transformation and change. Anybody want to share anything? Okay, I'll go. Can people hear you? Yeah, I'll repeat it, okay. Shared needs, okay. All right, so that's one of what you heard in the story, right? So the shared needs in the story was, what were the shared needs in the story? Ask her to reply to that, please. Or anybody here can. What were the shared needs in the story that you heard, that you witnessed? Anybody? Food. All right, what else? Good. Hunger and being with others. Okay. Somebody else, you have an answer. Yes. People asking questions that are designed to wage war. And your answer will determine whether you'll be at peace or the war is waged. Great, all right. Anybody else want to share? Cecelia. At risk for land? The want of land, absolutely. Greed, the want of land. Assumptions about other communities leading to war. Understanding as a pathway to sustainable relationships. Yes, yes. Multi-sensory connection. So hearing, feeling, tasting, seeing. Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Whoop.
Amy, yep.
Yeah, that was a prop fail. One person wrote, Laura Marcus Green said, eliciting multiple perspectives, being open to learn and respond accordingly, looking beyond one's own narrow frame of reference, beyond greed, thirst for power, willingness to share power and authority.
Wow. Yeah. Hit so many points. So many points. I think they could hear that too, right? All right. Anybody else have any answers to that question that they want to share? Sure. How do we communicate sustainability through story? What did you hear within that story that communicated sustainability? And when I ask you that question, I'm asking you to also witness what happened in that story that mirrors in your work.
So
Yes.
Klaudia online said, I loved the corn answer. It is a sacred ancestral food that represents life and nourishment to this day. Often the most seemingly humble food is the best.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Just a minute, we're gonna give you a mic. All right.
I was commenting that on the comment before that it's the response to the action that kind of determines which way the story goes. Whatever aggression or whatever it is that someone does, if you find a response that doesn't feed where they're coming from, but then it also unfolds, right? It's not just a one-time thing. It's like you have to keep in it. You have to keep living the story and finding the next move that doesn't feed into where they want to go, but steers it someplace else.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Said the process of securing an answer to the riddle engaged every member of the communities, and it turned a conflict between two kings over land and resources into a full body experience for their kingdoms.
Yeah. Or as I say, yay, bo. Yes, absolutely. So we're looking at the people are the assets, and the people were the resources to answer the question. The people themselves answered the question, right? So programs that use storytelling as a primary source of seeking resolution inherently create opportunities for relationship building. That came out in your answers. Relationships are the key element in creating sustainable environments. The performance of stories coalesce relationships across time and space and create shared experiences. First answer, shared experience. Langmuir said that one. Most of human history is transmitted through the art of storytelling. The stories that we tell and the stories that we listen to are ingrained in who we are and how we live. In return, our identity and means of survival is ingrained in the stories that we listen to and the stories that we tell. And that's from Storytelling in Daily Life, Performing Narrative, Langmuir. So let's think about this. I want to look at some key words. And I'm gonna take some keynotes and then look at keynotes about keywords and keynotes about communicating sustainability, recognizing the story. So I heard it come out from your answers. Intentionality. What's your intention? When you engage with community, what is your intention from your personal perspective, from your organization's perspective, and are you looking at the power inequities? So what is your intention? His intention, the King of Oyo's intention was straight about power, right? About ownership, about confiscating land, about stealing. Assets and needs, bringing others into the light. Somebody mentioned assets and needs. You mentioned, we talked about, let's talk about tangible and intangible. Yes, there was the bounty of the land, but then there was the people too, right? So we're talking about assets and needs. That came up. And to answer the question, it already came up, we used assets to answer the need. Truth telling, people telling their own stories. The answer came from the soldiers telling their own stories. The king did not even tell the story for them. They told their own stories. That's truth telling. They solved it through telling their own story and through their own experiences. Because we tell the storytelling comes from the experiences of the people. Witnessing and honoring perspectives that came out, honoring different perspectives and relationships, right? So I'm gonna look at some key words. One key word is power. Again, we have to look at in ourselves, in our work. What is our intentionality? What is the balance of power? What is the imbalance of power? What does empowering look like? What does it really look like? If you're coming with this power, not perceived, but real, that the people that you're working with and engaging with do not have, what power do they have? And how are they empowered? I'm not asking how do you empower them? How are they already empowered? How do we note that? How do we work with that, right? Wealth, the intangible and the tangible assets. Looking at wealth, where does the wealth lie? The wealth can lie right in the assets. and in the knowledge of the people, the traditional knowledge of the people. Riddle. As we were going through this and I was talking with the committee, Cecelia said, as we approach communities, are we approaching with a riddle? Are there language barriers, such as the terms folk life, folklore, cultural sustainability, environmental sustainability, the 4 pillars? Are there language barriers? Academic versus traditional language. Asking the wrong question, which came up, right? Another word I'm gonna look at is wound. How might we harm the communities we collaborate with? Remember, he said he wanted to wound Chabe. Oyo, the king of Oyo, said that he wanted to wound the king of Chabe. If you don't assess your own intentions, it can cause harm. Not recognizing the power imbalance can cause harm. Working from a needs-based instead of assets-based can cause harm. Non-transparency and unclear language and not accepting the language of the community causes harm. Not witnessing or honoring multiple perspectives causes harm. Not hearing or nor building relations upon the people's stories causes harm. They cause wounds. And then what is friendship? When we are aligning with organizations and partnering, what is friendship? What is the friendship in the beginning? What are the friendships that we are developing? How do we honor those and honor them from a perspective of equality? To do certain things at various states requires action. Actions are engendered from words. And I know that my time is about up, but what I do want to share with you is just some samples in real life of how to approach the things we just talked about: intentionality, assets and needs, truth-telling, witnessing. Linda Stout shared in her book, Collecting Visioning, I discovered the power of storytelling in my work for change and desperation when I first started organizing in the rural Piedmont area of North Carolina. It was the first time that Blacks and whites had come together outside of the textiles mills where they worked. When they were in their room, they were on both sides of the room and nobody was speaking. She started asking them to tell their stories. They were shocked at what they had in common. You know, so that's one of the answers to truth-telling, honoring, and witnessing perspective. Transformative organizations, about empowerment, right? How do you move past tokenism? I work at Clemens Family Farm, and we are detailed in making sure, and even working with white-led organizations to make sure that it moves past tokenism. You do that by empowering the artists or looking at the creativity, the power that they already have, and boosting that power, like offering professional development, making them leaders within the context of the meetings, making them leaders through their art form in the community. That's empowering. Another one is, and that deals with powers, and in all honesty, power to empower others means somebody's gonna give up some power. And nobody kind of wants to talk about that. But for power to shift, somebody has to give up some power. Here's another one about assets and needs. After leaving the stage, a good friend of mine, Mitch Capel, he's known as Granddaddy Junebug. Well, Granddaddy Junebug, he told his stories, and then people started coming up to him asking. After leaving the stage, Mitch was embraced by quite a few folks and wished to give thanks for the stories that he had just shared and how they made him feel. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a gentleman who patiently waited his turn. He seemed a bit uneasy, and his cap with the rebel flag and tattoos on his hands caused a bit of discomfort to Mitch. When his turn finally arrived, he grabbed Mitch's hand And while shaking it, he said that he was very moved by his presentation. He said he had lived his whole life as a racist, and that because of the stories, his views of people of color had changed. Because of Mitch's stories, his views of people of color had changed. He thanked Granddaddy for opening his eyes, that we are all human beings and belong to the same family, and hugged him and cried. There's other stories, the way that storytelling can use power, and Catherine Fosso wrote about that, and telling stories to change the world, looking at Rigoberta Menchú, the Nobel Peace Prize winner who sparked intentionality, solidarity, an international solidarity movement. Fannie Lou Hamer, everybody familiar with Fannie Lou Hamer? Right. All right, and Ann Braden, who was a Southerner growing up. She grew up and accepted racial segregation, but ended up changing and telling her stories, and telling stories, becoming a lifelong crusader against segregation and the fallacy of supreme. The last one I'm going to tell you about is there's one that I have a family folk life and fun series that I produced from being at Goucher. In the business class, I started a nonprofit. In the grant writing class, I wrote a grant. And so I was able to have this session, this series of sessions. And in one of these sessions, my daughter, her name is Sarai, she's a songstress. She was teaching blues. And when she started to teach blues, it was like 3 weeks right before the tragedy of Sandy Hook. And right before that, she shared Little Weapon by Lupe Fiasco. I only say a little bit. Little Terry got a gun he got from the store. He bought it with the money he got from his chores. He robbed the candy shop, told them lay down on the floor, put the cookies in the bag, take the pennies out the drawer. Little Khalil got a gun from the rebels to kill the infidels and American devils. And it goes on that way. And it mentions governments want me dead, so I wear my gun. I really want the rocket launcher, but I'm still too young. This candy gives me courage not to fear no one, to feel no pain and hear no tongue. So this is rich with language about, guns and community. So she shared this, and then she asked the students if they would write how the gunman felt. How the gunman felt. And this was after Sandy Hook happened. And a 14-year-old wrote a little bit. He had a gun in his right hand and cocked to the side, unlike a real man, sweat dripping from his brow, time stops. Trying to get away, I'm just reading pieces, trying to get away from a broken home that had him alone all the time, but shy. He points the gun at himself, saying, I'm sorry. He says, I'm sorry for all the wrong. Every woman I touch, every baby and mother I dropped in cold blood, every father I've taken, he ain't never had that. The gun's still in his right hand, but pointed at his head. This is written by a 14-year-old. So when we talked about the empathy and understanding, that's how story can be used. And you as ambassadors, in your ambassadorship in communities, it's not you as the community ambassador, but how do you make the people within the community ambassadors? How do you make the artists ambassadors of their community, using their art form, using their talent, using their traditional knowledge? There's a story that I wanted to tell you, and basically it's about a little girl who doesn't have she thinks she has no gifts in her hands. And they're getting ready to celebrate Elder Mother, and everybody is making gifts. All the children's making gifts with their hands, but she can't make any. She tries to bead, and it drops upon the ground. She tries to carve and it goes too deep. I can't do anything with my hand. She picks her gourd up as she does each day, and she goes down to the river, and the water comes into the gourd. The river begins to sing. Hold out your hands, child. Open up your heart, my child. Watch the sparkling lights fall as they dance across the water. On the day that they give gifts to Elder Mother, she goes back. This is real short version. And they put, and it sings this time, but it's lights. Lights spring up, and she takes the lights and she put them in the gourd. And when she comes back to the village, the line is as long as you can see of children giving gifts to Elder Mother. And she gets closer and closer. She said, Elder Mother, I did not make this with my own hands, but I wanted to give it to you. And Elder Mother, being blind, she helped her to release it, and the light shot up in the air, and they went around the village 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and they shot into Elder Mother's eyes. And Elder Mother opened her eyes, and she said, you see this child, special gift. She has made it so that I can see all of the gifts that you have brought to me here today. All you have to do is recognize your gift, own your gift, and share it with the world. Hold out your hands, child. Come do that with me. Hold out your hands, child. Open up your heart, my child. Watch the sparkling lights fall as they dance across the ambassadors. Ask them to hold out their hands, share their gifts. They are the sparkling lights. Your community members are the sparkling lights of their community, and it's with them that others can become unblinded. Thank you.
That was lovely. Thank you so much, Queen, for the story and the insights. This is great. All right, we're going to be moving right along here. Our next panel is going to be virtual. They're going to be completely on the screen. I'm really excited to introduce them. We have 2 presenters. Yes, Amy? You're okay? Okay. Are they there? Okay, great. All right, so first of all, I want to introduce Dr. Gina Shamshak. She is an environmental and natural resource economist who specializes in fisheries and aquaculture economics. Her dissertation research examined the economics of offshore bluefin tuna aquaculture in the United States by developing a dynamic stochastic bioeconomic model of this form of production. She has also published on the highly valued global geoduck market. Her current research agenda focuses on seafood markets, fishing communities, and the fishing industry in the state of Georgia. And as I said, Dr. Shamshak is here at Goucher College as one of our professors. Very proud to have her part of this. Jennifer Sweeney Tooks, her co-panelist, is a PhD from Georgia Southern University. She is an applied cultural anthropologist at Georgia Southern University who has conducted anthropological research in the southeastern United States and the Caribbean since 2003. After completing her PhD in anthropology at Emory, her postdoctoral training in environmental sciences investigated the potential for Georgia seafood producers to participate in active local foods movements. Her research focuses on seafood production and fishing communities. Yes. You all right? Okay. Relating to mariculture, environmental sustainability, health and well-being, and the cultural heritage of fishing communities. That is Jennifer Sweeney Tooks. That is not Jennifer Sweeney Todd, which is what I thought her name was back in Utah. So I'm very happy to introduce both of them. Please, ladies, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gina and I are tag teaming this today. So I'll start off with a few slides that she'll be clicking for me, and then I'll turn it over to her to wrap it up. So thank you so much for that nice introduction, Cecelia. It was lovely meeting you, even if that's not my name. But it was a good meet cute, right? So our research together, Gina and I, has been on commercial fishing in the United States, and it sits at this intersection of environmental and cultural sustainability, particularly as those are mediated by economic viability. And so we are part of an interdisciplinary team, as you just explained. Gina's an economist, I'm an anthropologist, and our third, I guess, friend in crime is not here on this webinar today, but she's a political scientist that does fisheries policy work. And so together we really value applied research. We design and conduct research that results in real world applicable data that's useful to research participants, to local governments, and to policymakers. And so here today, we're going to address sustainability and what that means and relate it to seafood. And so this is based on over 9 years of fieldwork in those fishing communities of the state of Georgia, looking at this interplay between seafood producers and potential seafood consumers. Next slide, please, Gina. So just to give you a little bit of background, commercial fishing in Georgia has been an integral part of the cultural heritage and history for decades now. And the state has a really elaborate network of salt marshes and productive coastal and marine waters. And they've supported a number of fisheries during this time. And most prominent have been shrimping and trapping of blue crabs. But we've also had fishermen that have harvested a number of finfish and shellfish species like clams and oysters as well. Commercial fishing has deep cultural ties to the Georgia coast, particularly shrimp, which is the state's largest and most economically valuable commercial fishery. But despite this prominent role that it has played in shaping the identity of many coastal communities, the commercial fishing industry has encountered a number of hardships over the last several decades that have affected their long-term viability. This didn't happen at once. These are things that happened over a period of years, and often one would affect the other and lead to greater impacts. One of our collaborators calls it the death by 1,000 paper cuts. And these are things like low-cost imported shrimp from other countries. This has had the biggest effect on commercial fishing communities. Loss of infrastructure like docks and fish houses. Many of the boats and the fishers are getting older. It's a problem we recognize across the country and call it the graying of the fleet. But also changes in regulation, changes in the types of fishing that can be done, the quantities of fishing that can be done. But regulations are also one of the key reasons that Georgia seafood is a really wise environmental choice, as well as a good health choice for a good protein. So I want to talk just a little bit about management and what this looks like. So unlike many of the wild-caught fisheries and aquacultures internationally, U.S. seafood benefits from really stringent regulation and management strategies. These are seen as exemplary. Thanks, Gina, for reading my mind. Slide, please. Among international experts. And federal fisheries in the United States, which are between 3 and 200 miles offshore, are regulated under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act of 1976. We'll call that the MSA. The MSA established a system of regional fishery management councils, and that's what you see in the blue map there. These are supported by scientific and statistical committees that provide scientific advice for the councils to use in decision-making. So there were other revisions and over the years that followed, one of them adopted a 10-year time frame for fish stock rebuilding. Another required that any fishery that was being overfished has to have a science-based recovery plan. What's really unique about the US is that councils are restricted from setting regional catch levels that exceed the recommendations of those science committees. And this is really unique in the United States. US fisheries management is different because maximum catch levels are based on science rather than competing interests among the stakeholders, which is what we see in many other countries. And since 2007, US fisheries have made really measurable progress. 40 different fish stocks have been successfully rebuilt, including things that we might love to eat, like king mackerel and Atlantic scallops and swordfish. So is this sustainable? What is sustainable, right? So because of the really stringent management that we have in the US, we really think that it's productive to define sustainable production as fishing that's staying within these federal limits, because these are crafted to make sure that that fish stock can maintain its biomass or is in the process of rebuilding its biomass successfully. And this idea of sustainable seafood often comes hand in hand with this idea of local seafood and what is local. And so this is another term that we have to problematize a little bit. If we start digging into the data that's available, we can see that the 2008 Farm Bill dictated that local food would be, quote, less than 400 miles from its origin or within the state in which it's produced. Some retailers prefer a 400-mile radius. Another really big study in 2008 found that 2/3 of Americans thought that 100 miles is a useful definition of local food. And yet the Real Food Challenge campaign, which was pushing for sustainable food in US colleges and universities, adopted a 250-mile radius for plant foods and 500 miles for meat. All right, so this gets really complicated, and all of these definitions and parameters arose during our first research project on the Georgia coast, which I'm going to very briefly introduce here. Slide, please, Gina. We found a really oddly complementary set of dilemmas in 2013. We found seafood producers who found it difficult to sell their product in the inland market of Atlanta and Athens. And then we found inland consumers in those cities, particularly those who were motivated by the local food movement, were really frustrated by the lack of local seafood. And so we crafted a research project to address those dilemmas. And we are investigating this question you see on the screen here. How can Georgia seafood producers use this local foods movement to increase their participation in the inland market and make sustainable local seafood available to a larger segment of the Georgia population? And we gathered data from consumers who sought out locally produced foods by participating in farmers markets or being part of community supported agriculture, CSA programs. And we asked them, what do Georgia consumers think about local and sustainable foods? What are those? And to what extent are you willing to think about it as being part of the local foods movement? And then what price points are feasible? We did nearly 500 farmers market intercept surveys, over 500 CSA online surveys, and did a lot of interviews with farmers market managers and chefs and local food entrepreneurs. And what we found overall is that local foods consumers in the state really were interested in local and ethically sourced sustainable seafood. And I see Gina flipping, so I'm just going to say we also did a lot of field work with fishermen on the coast, talking with them about this contrast of having to stay on the water to do their fishing and shrimping, and yet contrasting that to local foods communities' preference for direct-to-consumer marketing. And so in a nutshell, the consumers were interested. Gina's going to talk about that. The fishers were reluctant. And so what do we do with all this information, Gina?
All right, so sorry for that an inadvertent scroll, but yeah, so the question is like, where's the seafood? And for those of you who might recognize this ad from Wendy's in the 80s, so we had a question about, well, perhaps consumers are saying that they're interested in local seafood, but they may not be willing to pay the prices that would be necessary to bring the product into the market. So the first thing we did was we looked to see what consumers were willing to pay in area supermarkets for non-Georgia species. And in particular, we honed in on shrimp, crab, clam, oysters, and grouper. And so we gathered those prices, and then we went out to 10 different farmers markets and 2 different CSAs. And we generated a number of questions for these intercept surveys. So the CSAs were online surveys, but with the farmers markets, we actually went into the farmers markets and intercepted individuals. And one of the questions was, if a pound of, let's say, shrimp cost, and I'll show you the prices on the next slide, a certain amount at the local supermarket, would you be willing to pay some higher price for Georgia caught that species? And so it was a simple yes or no question. So a dichotomous choice question. And from those yeses and nos, I was able to empirically estimate what is the willingness to pay for these different species at different price points. And so I used different values. So like from the supermarket price, I went up either 5% or as up as 30% above that supermarket price to just see where did people start saying like, no, I'm not willing to pay that price, or yes, I would. And so what we see here, when I estimated the willingness to pay, not to get too much into the gory details here, but we did it 2 different ways, a non-parametric estimate and a parametric estimate. The key difference is with the non-parametric estimates, they are very conservative. They provide a lower bound. They try to establish a minimum willingness to pay. And they essentially don't require no assumptions about the underlying distribution of the true population willingness to pay. And so if we look at this table, the bottom row is in red. So that's what consumers were actually paying in the supermarket. And we can see that for many of the species in this table, the price that people were willing to pay exceeded what they were paying in the supermarket. And again, what you're seeing right here is the very conservative estimates. When we looked at the parametric estimates, there were price premia that consumers were willing to pay across all of these species. And we also noted that there was no real difference between consumers who were participating in the local food movement through the farmers markets or the CSAs in terms of their willingness to pay points that we estimated. So, okay, so now we have this establishment that consumers say they want local Georgia seafood, and they are willing to pay a price premium for it. And that corresponds with what we would expect to see from other studies in agriculture and in the literature. But maybe there's more to the story. So maybe we need to look at what it costs to get the seafood from the coast into these inland markets in the first place. And so the very beginning of our presentation, we had a graphic. And so to go from the coast where the seafood is caught into the Athens, Atlanta area, that's about 300 miles one way. So it's non-trivial to get this seafood into a farmer's market or a CSA outlet. So what we did was develop a model of what it would cost from the fixed cost to the variable cost of bringing the seafood inland. So we're talking, what's the cost of a pickup truck? How much gas would you need? How many bags would you need? How much labor would you need? You'd have to spend a night because we're talking about driving 300 miles each way and then spending time at either a CSA drop-off site or a farmer's market. So all of those costs are built into this model. And we put it into Excel, a format that is fairly easy to use, it's accessible, it's easily shared, and it allows the end user. So we put this up on a website to give to anybody who is interested in evaluating whether or not they would be interested in bringing seafood into farmers markets or through a CSA. And this can all be changed within the model itself. So what we found in gathering this data is that we had the ability to calculate break-even prices. So what they are is, let's take two species. So first we're going to talk about shrimp, selling shrimp inland. And we were fortunate enough that there were two individuals at the start of our research project who were selling shrimp in farmers markets. So we could get real data on what their costs were, how they were structuring their operation. And what we would see is that the price that you would need to get that product processed and brought into a farmer's market was $6.92 if you were bringing in 135 pounds of product on a weekly basis. And you can see if you're bringing in higher volumes, you're going to be able to lower your break-even cost because you're able to spread those fixed and variable costs over more product sold. And even be more conservative in our estimates. Like I talked about how we did the lower bound on the willingness to pay side. We also assume that if you're driving product into a farmer's market, you may not sell all of it. And so supermarkets assume a certain percent of unsold product, or shrink, they call that. So we also took that step to assume that there would be some loss because of unsold product. And even still, when we think about consumers expressing a willingness to pay of $20.53 for a headed shell-on shrimp product, and then we subtract the cost of procuring and then delivering the product into the inland markets, we have a potential profit of $13.61 if we're just moving 135 pounds of shrimp per week. Now, an important caveat here is when we think about actually getting the shrimp prior to even processing, like how are we getting the shrimp? Is this a boat that is already catching shrimp at the dock and is going to divert some of its catch to go inland? And then who's going to be driving and processing and all that? Or is this somebody who's going to drive down to the docks with their pickup truck and acquire the shrimp and then process and deliver the shrimp up into farmers markets? So there are very different costs and opportunity costs associated with whether you are a captain and you have a boat and you have the shrimp that you caught versus if you need to buy that shrimp off of a boat at the vessel, at the dock. So regardless, there's some room here. As long as you're not paying $13.61 to acquire shrimp, you have an opportunity to make a profit per pound. So our data sort of confirmed that there was this opportunity to make some money selling a headed shell-on shrimp product. When we look at live clams, we get a different story, because when we started digging into why isn't seafood moving inland, we quickly uncovered a lot of barriers related to how a live product could be sold in a farmer's market versus how a fresh or frozen product could be sold. So if you have live clams, you needed hot and cold running water. So you need like a concession stand trailer to be able to be in a farmer's market. And so that's a much higher upfront cost. And so we can see these break-even prices are much higher to sell, either 450 clams, live clams, or even 1,800 live clams. And when we take into account the willingness to pay per pound for clams, it's much lower than it was for shrimp. And so there was no potential profit. And this, again, even as is prior to actually acquiring the clams themselves. And this sort of jives with what we saw in the farmers markets. We didn't see any live clams being sold. So this helped us understand where those barriers were. Some of them were regulatory and then also economic. So to wrap this up, some key findings is that we were able to confirm a willingness to pay price premia for seafood, for Georgia seafood. We developed and shared widely an enterprise budget with anyone who was interested in evaluating this form of operation for themselves. And we also uncovered some other interesting social and economic reasons why seafood may not be going inland. And Jen and I encourage you to check out the paper for more on that. But in the interest of time, I will stop right there. Any questions?
Any questions?
Let me actually stop sharing so I can see people's beautiful faces. There we go. Let me see the chat.
Yes, Carolyn. Were you guys able to hear the question in the panel? Okay, Carolyn, do you want to step up to the podium and ask your question? Okay.
Hey, this is Carolyn Carr. I was curious because you did so much research with this, and it seems like a really awesome model for applying all the different aspects of seafood and sustainability for that. I wondered how much success you've seen, like, has anything changed from your research, like in terms of, has it been applied further sorry, I said it much better the first time. I'm kind of struggling now. So have you seen any like improvements for like the amount of availability of product inland from this, or are you is it still in process? I just think it's really interesting. I'm really into sustainable seafood. So I'm just curious, like if you've seen this as a model for other places too, or even in Georgia. That's it. That's a very like heavy question.
No, it's a great question. I'm glad you asked it because that was going to be where we went next, but we had 15 minutes. So we were just trying to speak really quickly. Gina, do you want me to jump in or do you want to start?
Yeah, you hop first.
So this was a long-term project. Oh, look, we can see the room. Thank you. This is nice. This was a sort of a long-term project that went on for about 3 years, and then the work has continued since then. So things happened at different stages. One of the first things that happened was that we ran smack into the vendor-only model at farmers markets, and the fact that shrimpers are often one guy with a boat and then maybe some crew that he hires on a daily basis. And so some of the first communication that we did was to talk with farmers markets about why that wasn't a realistic expectation for shrimp in Georgia, and would they consider maybe altering that model a little bit. And some of them right away said, oh, we hadn't even thought about it that way, and changed their rules. You know, at one point, I think we even had to go so far as literally like writing up a summary of why this wasn't a reasonable expectation, and having it sent out from Marine Extension before others farmers markets then change their vendor requirements for proteins in some cases and for seafood in others. So that was one of the first exciting things. We did see then, just anecdotally, not by gathering data on it, but more seafood in farmers markets during this project and after it. The other was that economic model, I shielded that thing all over the coast anytime we would do interviews. And I'd say, have you seen this, by the way? This is brilliant. Gina did this wonderful thing. You just have to put in numbers. Anybody can do that. And so that's been really successful. Gina, do you want to talk about the business?
Yeah, so I mean, I was it DNR reached out to us, like some extension agent was like, hey, we got this letter from a guy who, took the Excel model and, applied it and is actually selling shrimp into the inland markets. And he said that our model was, quote, spot on. And so it's like, what, it couldn't have more high praise than that. You know what I mean? So just felt so happy that what we created was a very useful tool for people trying to evaluate what models and modes were most, effective for them. So that was awesome. And I think there was even maybe other positive feedback we received as well. So, so this research definitely led to changes at the farmers market in terms of rules and regulations, an opening of minds about, consumers desiring more seafood and then seeking that out. And then also operators, taking upon themselves to start bringing the seafood inland. I mean, it would be interesting to see, what impact that the pandemic has had on farmers markets attendance and just the movement of food in general. I know there's been a ton of research, not just in Georgia, but like just looking at like COVID impacts on seafood sales and to the restaurants and whatnot, and how the fleet stayed active when the demand for seafood, which is predominantly consumed in restaurants, went down so significantly.
But a whole lot of new direct to consumer models came out of COVID, where models like what we were suggesting and people sort of scoffed at in many ways several years ago during COVID, then they sort of dusted those off and went, well, hold on, maybe this is not a bad way to approach it. So I actually think there was an overall rise in direct to consumer sales, but probably not at farmers markets, like you're saying. That was a great question. Thank you so much for asking it.
I wish we had time for some more questions. There are a few more in the chat, ladies. So if you don't mind, could you go into the chat and perhaps provide them with some answers?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the presentation. It was very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next presentation. And I get to introduce Dr. Marilyn M. White, the president of the American Folklore Society. She's joining us today remotely. Dr. White received her BA in English from Hampton University, her MA in Folklore from Indiana University, and her PhD in Folklore and Anthropology from the University of Texas. She taught at Central Washington University, Western Kentucky University, and retired from Keene University. In addition to long-term research in Little Cayman, she has done research in Japan on family folklore, African-American folklore, and African-American literature. She serves on the board of the New Jersey Folklore Society of City Lore, and like I said, the current president of the American Folklore Society.
Good people. Claudia's Passions. Claudia lives in San Miguel de Allende, Mexico, and is a travel specialist.
Hello. Who do we have online?
Graduated from Max 2020. She likes to Claudia's Passions. I am bridging good people to great experiences.
Hey, Marilyn, are you there?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm
All right,
not,
it's all yours, lady. So glad to have you here.
okay, give me one sec. Whoops, I need to get rid of that. I was trying to share screen. Whoop. This from the beginning. That's not the beginning. Sorry, sorry, give me one sec.
No worries, take your time.
Okay, first of all, am I sharing my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, maybe this.
Oh, we've got progress. There you go.
Okay, give me, all right. Slideshow from the beginning. Okay. And okay, are we good?
We're good.
Ah, there are times I hate technology. Okay, I'm not sure how this worked out, but I really love the fact that the previous presentation and mine kind of fit together. The title is Founded Upon the Seas, and that's actually a variation of the Canadian model, cultural and environmental sustainability in Little Cayman. In 2005, I began a long-term ethnographic research project in the Caribbean, returning over many summers to conduct interviews with a number of the residents and exploring issues of identity and sense of place. The Cayman Islands, part of the British Commonwealth, are located just south of Cuba. They are comprised of Grand Cayman, the seat of government, and the two sister islands, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. Little Cayman is the smallest of the islands. And here are the two sister islands. Being approximately 1 mile wide and 10 miles long. It wasn't until May 1992 that everyone on Little Cayman even got electricity. From a high of about 190 people, it now has a population of around 161. One of the shaping forces of the Cayman Islands was a very late hurricane occurring in November of 1932 that took the islands by surprise and especially devastated Little Cayman, to the point where it never regained its pre-hurricane population. Of those 161 people, there are no more than a dozen who are eligible to vote. Of the population, only a tiny handful of people, maybe half a dozen, are actually from Little Cayman. Many are expats, people from the United States, Europe, Central America, or other islands in the Caribbean who have become permanent residents of Little Cayman. A few of these have become nationalized as Caymanian citizens. Others have, quote unquote, status. That is, they have some of the privileges that citizens have, except the right to vote. A number of other people were born in the Cayman Brac or Grand Cayman and have made Little Cayman their permanent home. A small number of people have permanent residences elsewhere, but live part of the year in Little Cayman. While many residents have come to claim a Little Caymanian identity, the difference in nationalities or ethnicities, in whether they are expats or locals, in whether they work or on quote unquote permanent vacation, and whether they work in tourism or some other businesses, have led to differences in the level of community involvement and interests, in how they may see their role and that of others in Little Caymanian society and culture. It's led as well to differences in how they see and choose to use the natural, built, and cultural environment. This case study explores the intersections between and among those different environments. I first began going to Little Cayman because of my then colleague, Dr. Carrie Manfrino, who is the founder of the Central Caribbean Marine Institute and the Little Cayman Research Center. As a marine geologist and coral reef scientist, she built the LCRC to be as much off the grid as possible. So there are solar panels, the boathouse, bathhouse has composting toilets, and there's a collecting tank for gray water runoff. Among other things, she is very concerned about the environmental impact of the dump. But ironically, even though there can be environmental damage caused by it, it's rather organized. And some people even refer to it as the dump depot, as if they need materials, they go there to collect them, treating it as a kind of Home Depot. Because of the research done at CCMI, that's the Central Caribbean Marine Institute, because of the research done at CCMI, they make it a point to share it with the Little Cayman community and beyond. In collaboration with one of the resorts, they do a series of lectures, distributing flyers and announcing the current lecture on their Facebook page. Here's the flyer that was done for one of my lectures. While the core audience might be guests at the resort, the lectures are free and open to all. In addition, CCMI has a number of programs to help educate the public, as well as schools, on marine ecology, coral reef preservation, etc. These include the Marine Ecology course that is free to 2 classes and their teachers to come to Little Cayman for about a week. The Dive with a Researcher that gives lay folks hands-on research experience. The Reefs Go Live program has a mic'd up diver discussing various issues or problems on coral reefs, and individual students have the opportunity to participate in the Young Environmentalist Leadership course that has led a number of them to continue their training at the university level. Other partners who are also communicating sustainability include the following: the Little Cayman Museum, that has a number of artifacts that help document the island's history. The Little Cayman District of the National Trust, that teaches through displays at the Trust building, but also with signage at various sites around the island that conducts full moon cleanups at various sites and raises awareness of the flora and fauna, those endangered and those that are destructive. The Cayman Islands Department of Environment has several means of communicating sustainability. There is a district officer for Little Cayman, and notably, because they are so widely available, the national conservation laws and regulations clearly spell out what kinds of fish and other marine life may be taken when, where, how, and by whom. This latter is vitally important, but especially for native Cayman Islanders, it can be the most problematic. In interviews conducted with a number of people with the regulations in mind, we asked about catch limits for certain species, and almost all strongly agreed with snappers being mentioned by one person and groupers, coincidentally tying in with the previous presentation, by 3 people. The Nassau grouper is specifically separated out by the DOE for protection. And it is perhaps because of this that District Officer Roger Scott has gone so far as to say that there should be year-round protection for it, not just from December 1st to April 30th, while Castro said that the season should be 1 month only. Most interviewees also were in agreement that there should be closed and open seasons for certain fish. Jesse strongly agreed, especially when fish are spawning. Miguel McCoy said that the marine officers are needed to enforce the regulations, but that there's insufficient manpower to monitor poaching during closed season. Bunny thought that it would be a good idea to increase restrictions because of increased population. Whitman said that no one besides Cayman Islanders should be able to take any sea life. Castro said that there shouldn't be any commercial fishing boats allowed. Cassie was the only one who said that at the moment, nothing needs to change, as that with the laws, everything is protected. She said that maybe in 2 decades or so, the stability should be checked. The regulations also discuss the kind of gear that can be used, and the interviewees had comments about this as well. If there's time later, I can share more details about their comments on gear, as well as the best times and places to fish, and a range of other information. Suffice it to say that these dedicated and knowledgeable fishers have strong opinions, some of which coincide with regulations and some of which do not. Taking a look now at cultural sustainability and the sense of community, various interviewees commented on places to socialize, keeping in mind how small the island is. There are actually only a handful of places. Just about all of them have bars, and while anyone can go to any of the bars, several of my research collaborators stated that there are a couple of them that they would not go to because they would not feel comfortable and or that they were more expensive. Some of these bars are part of resorts, and some of my collaborators felt that the resorts were not as accommodating to them as they were to the guests at the resort. The bar mentioned as being the least welcoming was the one at Pirates Point Resort, with the ones at Little Cayman Beach Resort and the Southern Cross Club also being mentioned. Though tourists especially hang out at the Southern Cross Club, and that's where I did my talk and where CCMI does their co-presentations. Many of my collaborators said they did feel comfortable, however, at the bar at McCoy's Dive Lodge and Resort. What is notable is that Pirates Point, Little Cayman Beach Resort, and the Southern Cross Club are owned by white expats with close to 100% white clientele base. McCoy's is owned by a couple who are Caymanians of color. Two other bars and restaurants that are not connected to resorts are the Hungry Iguana, owned by a white expat, and that has broad clientele, and Kingston Bite, owned by a Caymanian of color that is usually frequented by Caymanians and expats of color, as well as a few white expats and tourists. Of all of these places, it is both Kingston Bite and McCoy's that are a bit shaky financially. And the former might have a new resort in its place. If this is the case, it's problematic culturally because it means one less enterprise owned by a Caymanian of color, and it's problematic environmentally as the site is within a no-take marine reserve area that seems to violate marine protection laws. As a matter of fact, CCMI submitted a report against that particular site being a new resort. One of my research collaborators was the late Perry McLaughlin, a Caymanian of color originally from Cayman Brac. He was a successful businessman with a rental car company, a real estate company, a liquor store, and an insurance company. Among other business governmental involvements, he was also a member of the Liquor Licensing Board. He was incredibly articulate in discussing some of the problems facing the Cayman Islands in general and Little Cayman in particular. His greatest concerns were in the areas of tourism and education. Regarding the tourism or hospitality industry, Perry said that there was something wrong when foreigners run resorts and there's not a single Caymanian. He thought that the industry needed Caymanians instead of foreigners. But there's a problem of wages. As he said, quote, money is so small, end quote. Specifically regarding Little Cayman, he thought that the people are selfish, quote unquote, that there is a problem when expats outnumber native Caymanians and are not fully and deeply aware of Caymanian culture. As an example, when I asked Gladys Howard, the founder of Pirates Point Resort, about the extent to which she included Caymanian culture, she said she did so through cooking. When people come to Little Cayman for the 4-day Easter holiday, she said it was a treat for her guests to have the native cooking and that, quote, the native ladies do the cooking. Moreover, Perry noted that the expats point their people to their own people and not to the natives. He went so far as to say that he thought that they would want the island free of natives. He did point out that it had changed a little bit. When he came back to Little Cayman as a permanent resident in 1991, he described it as being hostile. One example of the way things hadn't changed was that he described how someone had come into the liquor store and bought a lot of liquor for a party. The person also gave out invitations to the party, but did not include Perry. He mentioned that he was invested in Little Cayman, but he sometimes felt as though he were, quote, between a rock and a hard place. He said he thought about walking away around 1998, but he said he would have been beaten, metaphorically, and he didn't want to do that. While he felt that he had a role and was happy in the business community, he said he felt closed off after 6 p.m. As he poignantly put it, he's a nobody. Perry dies. Furthermore, he expressed great concern that the expats did not really know Caymanian history, traditions, or culture. As a result, Perry said that non-Caymanian celebrations have been introduced to Little Cayman. One that has been very popular among a number of expats and tourists is Mardi Gras. This is a celebration that Gladys Howard introduced because she missed the New Orleans celebration. But Caymanians traditionally do not celebrate it. Perry went so far as to say that he felt that his culture had been hijacked. That was his word. This ties in with education. He mentioned that many of the teachers don't know Caymanian culture and traditions, either because they are not Caymanian or because they haven't learned them. He felt that the teachers, for the most part, were doing the best that they could, but also that too much of Caymanian culture is lost, gone, disappeared. For context, the Cayman Islands has a total population of around 70,000, but only 37,000 are Caymanians, and the non-Caymanian workforce is 47%. For Little Cayman, of a population of 161, only 48 are native Caymanians, with 113 being from elsewhere. Perhaps one of the most telling comments that illustrates the difference between Little Caymanians of whatever origin was the one made by Perry, quote, "I get spoken to when it's convenient for them to speak to me," end quote. If one is going to be able to communicate sustainability, there has to be buy-in, and perhaps more importantly, people need to see themselves in community. But how can one even consider Little Cayman a community? Lucy Lippard in The Lure of the Local notes that while, quote, "a community can be created and denied anywhere, a peopled place is not always a community," end quote. She further states that, quote, "community doesn't mean understanding everything about everybody and resolving all the differences. It means knowing how to work within differences as they change and evolve," end quote. It's been stated that, quote, "inherent in the idea of Commonwealth is the notion of the general good and shared potential," end quote. While there's clearly the notion of general good and shared potential among the residents of Little Cayman, what is equally clear is that people have very different ideas about what the general good is or should be, as well as their different ways of achieving it. Referencing Kent Ryden's Mapping the Invisible Landscape, Folklore, Writing, and Sense of Place, Lippard succinctly identifies Ryden's, quote, 4 layers of meaning familiar to local residents. The first is local and material lore, including local names for flora, fauna, and topography. Almost all of my key collaborators over the years have this knowledge, whether using local plants to make folk medicine, using flora and fauna in cooking and in making crafts, various individuals leading nature walks and being thoroughly familiar with the local environment, both built and natural, having local names for fish, and knowing when, where, and how to find them. The second layer is, quote, handed down history, much of it intimate, some of it apocryphal, end quote. Many of my collaborators have some of this knowledge, but it is its limited basis that Perry bemoaned and saw as the ultimate detriment to maintenance of traditional Canadian culture. The third layer of meaning is, quote, group identity and place-based individual identity, end quote. In many respects, it is this layer that seems to mitigate the possibility of creating a true community where all little Canadians feel a part. All my collaborators, whether expats or native Canadians, saw themselves as having a little Canadian identity. In this sense, they claim a, quote, place-based individual identity. But because of the many differences, there is not a common group identity. The fourth layer of meaning is, quote, the emotions or affective bonds attached to place, which Yi Fu Tuan calls topophilia. The fact that all of my collaborators have lived permanently or built houses in Little Cayman speaks to the bonds that they have with the place. In the end, I'm left with a number of questions that I'd like to share with you. While many of them relate specifically to my research in the Canadian Islands in general and to Little Cayman in particular, in many respects, they have wider implications. With some modifications, perhaps these might apply to much of our work, no matter where we are in the world. And this, by the way, is a flag of the Canadian Islands that shows its connection with Great Britain, with the Union Jack. Turtling, turtle is here, and turtling had been a really important occupation, although it's now illegal with the exception of a few grandfathered in people. There is a turtle farm where one can buy the meat. There's the 3 stars representing the 3 Canadian islands, and the motto of the Cayman Islands, he hath founded it upon the seas, drawing from my title of the paper. So here then are the questions, and there are 3 sets of questions. So the first one is set is about cultural sustainability. So, and I'm going to go through all of these questions, and we can come back to some of these if people want to actually have answers or certainly thoughts. So for cultural sustainability, when just over half the population is Canadian, and when the non-Canadian workforce is 47%, how can Native cultural traditions be sustained? What kinds of education or outreach can be done to teach people about Canadian culture? How can Cayman-wide celebration of Pirates Week be put in the correct context Given that research has shown that pirates were never really a part of Cayman history, how can the Little Cayman Mardi Gras be put in the correct context, given that it was introduced largely for tourists by a non-native Caymanian? In regard to the questions about environmental sustainability, what must the government and or its agencies do to ensure input and buy-in with their policies and regulations? In some areas, should the government institute one set of regulations for native Caymanians and another for non-native or non-Caymanians? And if so, in which areas? Should the environment always take precedence over cultural traditions? Should local knowledge ever take precedence over contrary scientific research? And the last set, having heard conflicting views and having knowledge that is not shared between and among Little Cayman residents, how much can or should actually be shared? This is from my perspective as the folklorist ethnographer. Can or should or must the researcher ethnographer become a culture broker? As someone interested in traditional culture and its maintenance, should the researcher advocate for the philosophical position of, for example, one research collaborator over that of another? So what's in my background and what's presented here, my thank you slide, is the Salt Rock Dock on Little Cayman. So thanks a lot. And what I can do is not stop the share in case anybody wants to go back and look at some of these questions that I asked. So thanks so much. Although I have to figure out how to get a chance to
Thank
see
you,
the-
Marilyn. That was very good. These are wonderful questions. And I'd love to see, does anybody in the room have a question they'd like to ask Dr. White? Yes. Oh, Andy, okay. Yes. Oh, you got one? Okay, good.
Yes, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that presentation. Throughout it, I was wondering about the residents of other islands that were part of the Cayman. And was there any interest, do you think, or suppose, in that population coming into Little Cayman?
First of all, I might want to say that almost like maybe more than 90%, with the exception of other research that talked about the Cayman Islands as a whole, just about everything that I did was confined to Little Cayman and doing interviews with people on Little Cayman. Although, as an example, two of the people that I showed, the kids who were there, I call them kids because they were teenagers. Jesse is actually from Grand Cayman, who would come over on special work that he was doing as an intern with on Little Cayman. And so I talked to him about fishing. And Cassie was from Cayman Brac. So there were people that I talked to who were had come over either from Grand Cayman or come over from Cayman Brac, but just about everybody that I talked to was then living on temporarily or relatively permanently Little Cayman. So there is in fact that possibility for greater outreach, especially the work that CCMI, the Central Caribbean Marine Institute, is doing. They do work with outreach to the other islands. They have programs on and with the other islands. They bring people from the other islands to Little Cayman, and there, for example, Reefs Go Live is being to anybody who's able to get it. Just because I wanted something concentrated and something that would be relatively easy to do, I confined my work to Little Cayman. That's kind of a long answer, and I'm not sure if I really got it at what you were getting at. So there is in fact outreach. My work almost exclusively has been with and on Little Cayman.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions online. If anybody wants to post a question real quick. And in the room, do we have any other questions for Dr. White? Okay. Oh, yep, we do. Queen, let me get you, let's get you the microphone behind you with Amy Millen.
Peace and blessings, Sora. I guess I have a question about the track of tourism now and how it seems like tourists want real engagement, like true engagement. So are the tourists being falsely led to think that pirates and is real? So I guess my question is, how can the Caymans, what part do they play in tourism? I know you gave some of it, or how can we ingrain them back into tourism? Is that one of the roots to get real language?
Interesting, Queen, that you asked about it, because it was the introduction of Pirates Week was in fact to try to get tourists, more tourists to come to the islands. So, in some respects, you've got the government, I'm just a tad hesitant to use this word, but, I kind of will. For economic reasons, you've got the government, quote unquote, complicit in propagating some of these falsehoods. I think I can't remember if this a coincidence between, say, Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, let's jump on that bandwagon. Maybe we could get tourists to come to the specifically to the Cayman Islands, if in fact we talk about our largely non-existent past. And the same thing in regard to Mardi Gras. Let's do this celebration, and we'll do this parade throughout the whole of Little Cayman, and we'll get people to jump on the bandwagon. So on the one hand, you've got various organizations being quote unquote complicit in propagating these false ideas, this false narrative. On the other, you've got the museum, the trust, and most specifically CCMI with the kind of work that it does, especially environmentally, but also culturally, in trying to act as a corrective. So I mean, it's this push-pull. How can we increase our revenue? How can we bring more tourists to us? And if in fact that means maybe doing it under false flags, that may be the price that we have to pay. Yeah, I mean, it's been something that's driven me a little bit nuts, actually. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. White. Actually, yes. We have time. We're over time right now. There is a question online by Sue Eleuterio for you online. So if you don't mind
I
going,
haven't been able to look at the chat while I'm trying to
Yeah,
juggle all of this. So I'll try to, I've saved the chat and I'll try to go back and see if I can answer some of these, if that might help.
that would be great. And other people who are on chat, if you have other questions, go ahead and put them in there, and our presenters can go ahead and Amy. Yeah, I need to take, is it a quick question? Because I need to upload another presentation to the computer up here. Okay, go for it.
Marilyn, I absolutely love the questions that you posed. And I think that my larger question is, would it be interesting to somehow combine the cultural and environmental questions together? It seemed like some of the environmental sustainability questions are actually cultural. And I wonder if thinking about it that way might ultimately change kind of how those questions are addressed in the community.
No, absolutely. I had done a list of the kinds of, as I was trying to narrow down what I was talking about. And I had cultural on one side, environmental on the other. And yet just about everything that I had kind of went down the middle, because it absolutely, I mean, how can you talk about, for example, the fishing and traditional fishing without talking about how that's done, the stories that are shared? Thinking about the previous presentation, there was reference to the aging or the graying of the fleet. And this basically the same thing is going on in Little Cayman, where Castro, the absolute fisherman, was talking about teaching kids, stop playing with your Game Boys or whatever the latest video game is, and I'll take you fishing, so that these kinds of traditions are carried on. Yeah, no, absolutely. I kind of broke them apart for the purposes of this, but in so many areas and for so many reasons, they are seriously interlocked. So this is long-term research, so at some point I'm going to be thinking about this in a different way and trying to figure out a way to put them together. But no, that's an excellent point. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to our last presentation for the morning before we break for lunch. The next presentation is Preserving Endangered Historically Significant Communities. Our first presenter is here in the room with us. Her name is Tanya Debose. She's an activist, organizer, and advocate for preserving African-American history and culture and is based in Houston, Texas. Debose is most known for her work in the Independence Heights area of Houston, where she has deep roots, as her great-grandfather was one of the early pioneers to purchase land in what was the first African-American municipality in Texas, which is known as Independence Heights. Debose is the founder of Preserving Communities of Color, an initiative that supports grassroots preservation in communities of color. by transforming them into inclusive places and cultural destinations. She participates in several national initiatives, most notably the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, where she coordinates the Black Towns Roundtable and spearheads many media and engagement campaigns aimed at building awareness around historic Black towns. She's received many awards and recognitions for her work and speaks at public events and conferences. She's the mother of two and resides in Houston. Marco Robinson is our second presenter. He will be online. Dr. Robinson is the Assistant Professor of History and Assistant Director of the Ruth J. Simmons Center for Race and Justice at Prairie View A&M University in Texas. Robinson's recent co-edited book, Contemporary Debates in Social Justice, an interdisciplinary approach to exploring the lives of Black and Brown Americans, explores the complexities around Black and Brown communities and social justice issues. Marco specializes in historic preservation and facilitating projects that engage in the digitization of historical pictures and documents. Robinson's 2018 article, Telling the Stories of Forgotten Communities, explores the efficacy of oral histories and working on collaborative teams to document the histories of Black communities. He's a strong advocate for community studies and organizing community archives. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanya Debose and Dr. Marco Robinson. Lots of moving parts. Ms. Millen, could you enable the sharing for this computer? It's for my Cecelia Ottenweller account. Oh, good. I'm not co-host. I have the power. Okay, sharing is on.
All right, I'm gonna try to do this. And I just work it like regular. I'm gonna go to the next. All right. So, hello, everyone, and thank you all for allowing myself and Dr. Marco Robinson to come and actually speak about our work we're doing. It is grassroots work at the very, very grassroots level of our work with the university, as well as the work that we're doing in community. I'm Tanya Debose, and I am a descendant of the people who started the first Black municipality in the state of Texas. Many people did not know or hadn't heard of Independence Heights, and neither had I. I did not learn about the history of my ancestors until I was 40 years old. I'd grown up and grown to church there, and no one ever stopped me and said, this was a city hall, this was the water department, this was the Taylor, or this was the meat market. And so at the moment that I found that out, I really became interested in the history of the community, realizing that that same history was my history. It was my story. And so I just became really engulfed in the research to learn more about my ancestors who came to that community. And in doing that work, learning about that community, it inspired me to learn about more communities. And so outside of Independence Heights, which was established in around 1908, when the Wright Land Company began platting land there, we incorporated in 1915, and in 1929, after the stock market crashed, we were annexed to be a part of the city of Houston. But at the same time and earlier, there were other Black municipalities being founded in Princeville, North Carolina, Freedom Hill, also in Edenville, Florida, just outside of Maitland, and then Hobson City, Alabama. Also, many people don't realize that Booker T. Washington established a Black town called Greenwood that was named after a good buddy of him. He also coined the phrase Black Wall Street in Tulsa. People don't know that. And then also in Grambling, Louisiana, he sent his student Charles Adams to establish Grambling, Louisiana. So it's not just known for the university. There's a town there that is the first Black municipality. And then additionally, in Mississippi, Mound Bayou, Mississippi was established by formerly enslaved people who came off of the Davis plantation. And so we join with all of these towns in Texas as historic Black towns and settlements. Also, what Dr. Robinson is going to share, and I'll share a little bit too, is about Prairie View. Prairie View is also a member of our Alliance of Historic Black Towns. Although they only incorporated some 50 years ago, there was a settlement of people there who established their settlement in 1866, right after emancipation. And so our case study is going to talk about that community, share some of the endangered places that are there, and then share the work that we're doing to try to work to preserve that community. And I am nervous. I just want to tell you guys that because I am so used to being in community where I could just say things how I want to. And so just know I am having to tame my tongue and tame everything. Yes. to be amongst, you scholars and everybody in doing this work, it is truly humbling. And so I'll go on. So just kind of sharing a little bit and not want to take up too much time, but sharing a little bit about this work. I agree with many of the speakers who came before me that everywhere we go, there's a story. Each one of us has a story. And we have to know our history in order to have a story. And so when we look into these communities, what we challenge people with is to find themselves in the story, because then and only then will they appreciate and value the history of a place, the culture of a place. And then you will find them working to sustain those places by doing whatever they can to preserve and protect them. Yes, please. So the case study that we're going to talk about is Waller County. It is located just northwest of Houston, Texas. If you came into Intercontinental Airport, you would actually go north and then head up west as if you were going to College Station, and you would find Waller County. At one point, Waller County did not exist. It was the, show me, please. Waller County was established in 1873 out of Austin, Harris, and Grimes County. A lot of times when we're doing research, we tell the students to check the records, depending on what time they're doing their study, to make sure that they are really pulling the information from the right county. Waller County, the significance of Waller County as a historic community is that this was the first place that the planters came when they came to Texas, and Stephen F. Austin in 1821 set up his colony within what at that time was called Austin County. And it was just west of the Brazos River. It was just west of the Brazos River. And so everything that was east of the Brazos River, eventually in 1873, became Waller County. Many of the early plantations that were set up in Texas were set up right here in this particular county. And so as white planters came to the area, they brought with them their enslaved African-American people. And we have so much history and so much research and documentation about the plantations and the amount of produce and the amount of cotton and the economics of the plantation system in Texas. There's very little about the African Americans and the contributions that they made into the fabric of this great state of Texas. Within Waller County, there are probably about 40 or so communities that after emancipation, African American people settled. These particular places are still populated by descendants of those early people. One of those places in Waller County is known as Prairie View, Texas.
if you Google Prairie View, Texas, the only thing that you're going to see come up is the university. And so we set out to look and see, because you got to think about this. Nobody just walked out there and set up a university and there were no people out there. There had to be some people there before. And so who were those people that were there prior to this university being built? And why did they build the university right there in the area that we know as Prairie View? But we know Prairie View was on land that was owned by Jared Gross and his entire family. That family came to Waller County with Stephen F. Austin, bought 100 enslaved people from Amelia Island in Spanish Georgia. He marched them. He was a customs agent. He was working for the governor. He actually was supposed to go and enforce the enslavement of people because it was after slavery was abolished. And so he was actually supposed to be there to enforce them for bringing in slaves through the Atlantic slave trade. And what he ended up doing was confiscating those people and marching them all the way to Texas. And so he stopped in New Orleans for a little while, and then he moved on into the interior of Texas, and now he set up Bernardo. The plantation that was in Prairie View, Texas was called Alta Vista, and Dr. Robinson will talk a little bit more about that. And so Prairie View was one of those key places where the land, he got 44,000 acres. And in Texas, you got 80 acres per slave. You do the math and divide that. And they worked mostly cotton, corn, and then they also raised cattle there. The early African Americans who populated that area came from Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Many of them, after enslavement, actually settled in the area. One prominent family that settled in the area was the Wyatt family. And here you see the census records for a 30-year period of James Wyatt settling there in the community. He had some very interesting family members. Many of them purchased land there in the Prairie View area. Many of them also worked at the college. And to be honest, these pictures that you see are actually them working at the college. They became the domestic workers of the college. The third one is George Wyatt, who became a state legislator there. And also next to him is Mr. Freeman, and he also became a legislator there during the Reconstruction era. In that area of Prairie View, they founded Wyatt Chapel community. They purchased land, the land passed down through the families, and so they established in 1894 the Wyatt Chapel Baptist Church. And on this property, they also had a school, and this is where George Wyatt and Lou Holliday actually lived next to the church. This picture that you see is the exact same church that we see today if you were to drive into Wyatt Chapel. They also established a school in the area. In fact, it was the first school for formerly enslaved people in the area. It started out at the church. Some believe that the school started before the church. And after a few years, the Rosenwald School came and they established a Rosenwald School there. Fast forward to the future, and what you ended up with was Prairie View A&M University. And this is a picture of Prairie View and the buildings. I don't know, Dr. Robinson may have a picture. I think the house in the middle is actually the house, the Alta Vista, plantation, the mansion that is there. And so this is actually the grounds that all of this happened on. The significance of Waller County and Prairie View and Wyatt Chapel in this case study is that it was, first of all, the first place where African Americans came to Texas. Second, it was a place where a university system was set up. And within that university system came all of your early teachers. It was an agricultural and mechanical university. So you had your teachers, you had farmers. We didn't buy a watermelon in Houston. unless you got it from Hempstead. My grandmother would not let you come in the house without a Hempstead watermelon, and those watermelons came from Prairie View. They were grown there on the site. It was so important, the university, that Booker T. Washington even came there in 1897 and delivered the speech, and he shut down the whole Texas. Everybody was there to hear Booker T. Washington speak. Also, the community of Whitechapel and the residents that were there established, of course, a cemetery because people do pass away. But what we know is that the cemetery is probably the same spot where many of the formerly enslaved people who were on that plantation are also buried. So the significance of this community and what we're grappling with today is that it is an endangered community. The development that is happening in Houston, that is coming from the College Station area, is encroaching upon this small town. And so it is either going to position itself to grow with the development, or it is definitely going to be run over. And so with that comes the endangered cemetery. It also encompasses the areas where the homes were built. There were 14 farm families that came to populate that area. Those homes are all noted by white picket fences on the front lawns. All of that is in danger right now. One of the things that started, and we all know this, is that infrastructure projects will destroy a community. Freeways, disasters, all of those things come through and they destroy communities. But also development does, intentional development. There are plans being made and the people who live in that community are not at the table when those plans are being made. And so what happened was that the road 1098 used to run directly through the campus. And that was probably a hazard for students who were attending the school to have a highway run right through the school. So they rerouted the highway. When they rerouted the highway, it caused some things to happen. And so what you see here on the screen is an aerial map of the area, and this was done by Rice University. What you see is the yellow dots are all burials, graves of people that are buried there. The white line that you see in the 1930 picture, if you look at it and notice where the curve is, you see that it is below all of the graves. And then when you look at 1956, you see that there are graves scattered under the road. You see that there are graves on the other side of the road. And so this is from research that Rice University did. And so what happened here was when they put that road 1098 through that I talked about on the last screen, the farmers who used to use that road to cut through the university did not want to go all the way around the other side of the town to be able to get to the road that they normally would go through the campus to get through. And so what they did is started driving their tractors through this cemetery, and they created this little kind of path in the cemetery. And eventually over the years, they were able to, it turned into kind of this makeshift road. There was a pond there, which you can't really see on this slide. And in that pond was kind of dammed up at some point and it was rerouted. And so what you have now is you have a burial site that is located just north of the campus of Prairie View and a road running through it, when what it really is a contiguous site where people were buried at. So what are we doing to address the issues that have come with the development that's happening, the development that has happened, and what are we going to do to make sure that the future generations can actually revitalize, but not just revitalize, but build on the legacies of their ancestors? And so one of the things that we have done is that we work with a Black Towns and Gowns initiative. It is 6 HBCUs and 6 Black towns. This is the first cohort of students with the former mayor, Frank Jackson, and both former mayors now, Mayor David Allen, and then Professor Norwood with the students. And what we did with the students is we took them to Edenville, Florida for a summit. Those students were able to gain information and knowledge about preservation, about community development. And then they came back and they had to work on a project in the community. And the project was to create community-driven archives, because the people who live in Whitechapel they're just living their everyday normal life. They don't realize the significance and importance of this place, and that if it's erased, all of that goes with it. So once the students did the research, this was happening during COVID. We got this grant from Mellon, and then all of a sudden COVID happened. And so we had to figure out how to still get the work done. And so the students did do some online interviews with people, but one of the things that they did was they built out a digital platform, a website, for all of the information and the documents that they collected to rest upon. And so now when you Google Prairie View or Whitechapel, now you've got something that will come up. And so that was one of the ways that they were able to really sustain this community and brand it in the digital space by putting up a website. The next thing that was done was the Prairie View has its own, it's a small city council. And some of the residents there in the community, we organized them to get together and form a historical commission. So Prairie View actually became the first city to form an African-American city level commission that focuses solely on protecting and preserving African-American cultural and historical assets. And so this is Lisa. Her father was the administrator for Prairie View, and she actually is petitioning to the city council to create a commission there at Prairie View. And so now it passed, and we do have a commission there at Prairie View. And their role is to survey the community, write up all of the historical and cultural assets, assess them, and then create a preservation plan for the community that can be used as a guide for anybody who comes along afterwards to know what's historic, what's culturally significant, and what to do with those particular pieces of assets. And finally, to keep the conversation going with the students, what we did was we organized these monthly gatherings because other communities there need the same kind of hope and help. And so the students came together and we started having these dinners out in an open field. Prairie View is really agrarian still. And we had these students come in and host these dinners. And at those dinners, we would take information, we would share information, we would do interviews. And then what we also started doing was getting with the business owners there, and we would ask them to bring their businesses. And so this particular lady, she made fresh teas from her garden there in Prairie View. And so what she did was she gave everybody who attended those luncheons those teas. And it was just a way to keep her name out there, to keep what was important about that community going, and just thrive and survive off the natural assets that are there in that community. And so I'm going to cut off here and let Dr. Marco Robinson share the rest of what the university is doing to work with us here at the Whitechapel Prairie View site.
Dr. Robinson, do you have another set of slides that you would like to be able to share with the audience?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you've already been set up to share. I'm going to stop sharing here and you can bring up your slides.
Yes, ma'am. Can someone confirm that the slides are showing, just so that I know?
Yep, you got it. We can see
Okay,
it.
thank you again to the organizers of this conference. We certainly appreciate this opportunity to share our case study, but more importantly, the work that y'all are doing on a global scale. It's a phenomenal work going on at your college. We appreciate that, to be a part of that movement. The picture that you see here is of Tanya and I standing with some of the Whitechapel descendants. And there's a long history for this group in this area, and the university has taken a vested interest in making sure that this history is documented, but more importantly, being preserved. The picture on your left is of us at a recent Juneteenth celebration where we went back and we did a ceremony around the family members that are interned at the Whitechapel Cemetery. They're located adjacent to our campus. And our campus, as Tanya mentioned earlier, was founded on the Alta Vista plantation, which was owned by Jared Kirby, who was part of a family member of the Gross family. And there's a long history there with that property, and we've been going back into the antebellum period. We've connected with the descendants of Jared Kirby, and so we've been getting a lot of information that we had voids on and missing information through connecting with the family. They visited campus, and we had a program earlier during the spring semester of this year. And so we have a very robust effort that's going on in terms of that work going on. But I do want us to talk about some of the nuts and bolts of what we do in terms of our work, in terms of preservation, what our preservation sustainability model is. And first off, we always start with data-informed decisions in terms of going through the community and doing a preservation assessment. And that preservation assessment entails looking up historical markers, what stories are there in different areas. I'm going to show you a map of historically Black communities in Waller County so you can get a better feel of the topography and the geography of the area. But at the very center of all that we do, you can see is the community. You know, in terms of ethics and with academics, people who go into communities, whether they be locally or whether they be abroad, going on these smash and grab missions to where they extract data and they leave the communities worse off than they were prior to them coming there. We do not engage, nor do we prefer anyone working with us to develop those type of relationships. We develop long-term relationships. And you can see that community development goes across right online with that community, with the implementation of the projects and also the community organizing. A lot of times these the individuals that we work with, they don't have any type of apparatus to organize their efforts in terms of historic preservation, or even something as simple as getting a historical marker put in a certain place. These places we were talking about, they're endangered for a reason because they have not been documented. Local people are familiar with these areas, but largely in part, on a county, state level, a lot of them have faded into obscurity because they have not been documented. And so what we do is get with these communities, we develop these a strategic plan for these communities, and I'm talking about over years, so that we can begin to work. We're probably like in year 2 of the work that we're doing with Wide Chapel, and it's developing. We've got a lot of things off of the ground that we're attempting to do to bring recognition to the community, but more importantly, the descendants have gotten organized, and we help them to get organized to help preserve that rich history that they're a part of. And so I wanted you to kind of see in terms of our model how we approach preservation and sustainability. My work, and I speak on this very shortly, goes back to communities that I work with in Mississippi. This article, which I can make available via whatever platform y'all want me to put it on, deals with telling the stories of forgotten communities, where in this article I work with an interdisciplinary team of sociologists and archivists too. We document 2 forgotten communities, one in Mississippi, one in Louisiana. And so through our work, our archival work, our preservation work, it gives like the 1, 2, and 3 steps on kind of how to approach this in terms of developing relationships. And I can't emphasize how important it is to have relationships with these communities, because unfortunately, many academics who go into communities like these minority communities, limited producing communities that have limited resources, they most of the time extract data and write books or academic papers, and they just leave them high and dry with nothing afterwards. And so we look at this from a very holistic way and trying to help them develop ways and means to keep the work going, but more importantly, to develop a local economy, a creative economy around it in some type of way too. As far as storytelling, the only way that you can tell that story, you have to be informed about that community's history. You can see here I'm with a group of local preservationists. We're out at a former plantation where we're looking at physical areas where enslaved African people resided, and now this area is closed off. Also connecting these communities to larger agencies that can help them in their efforts. You can see us here with the National Park Service doing a tour of Houston during this time. You can see Tanya over there with one of the Park Service superintendents over I think the southwestern portion of the United States. And so it's very important, more than the groundwork is to connect them with the resources in the federal agencies that they can develop relationships with to do this important work. Additionally, as I mentioned to you, this is a map of the Black communities in Waller County. You can see there were a number of communities that existed in Waller County during the early 1900s. Many of them are undocumented. It's only by the oral tradition that we now know these communities existed. And you think about the rich cultural heritage that exists. You can see those gentlemen on that picture on your right, where it's hog killing time, and they're killing hogs, and how that was a communal event where everybody got together to do this. And so we've been taking our time, working our way back through all these different communities that you see highlighted on this map, trying to document those places and spaces where former descendants of enslaved people now reside. And many of the descendants who have not moved away, trying to preserve these areas in the area's history. Here's another aspect of it in terms of our digital archives we've been able to develop. These are the slave quarters on the Seward plantations, which is located probably about 15, 20 minutes away from Prairie View A&M University. We have an educational partnership with the owners of the Seward plantation. We do not have physical dwellings left or existing on our plantation, so we partnered with a local plantation to get a look at how their plantation was physically, architecturally made. And so I have architecture students that are working with me that are working in a program called Lumion that are making these renditions of these renderings of these buildings in the virtual space. And I'll show you some pictures of that. Also, this archival work goes outside from the physical environments, also the things that we're doing to document in the archive. You see that Tanya mentioned Miss Stafford earlier. Miss Stafford is also one of our archivists at Prairie View A&M University, where she works very intimately with she and I, with our students. You can see they're processing a collection there. The picture that you see on your left is of domestic women working in a domestic science class during the early 1900s. So from the classroom to the archive to the community, we have a CAC approach to where we connect all of those spaces to help in our preservation efforts. And students are the center of that. Our students are very important players in this, as well as our community members. And I think that merger between the classroom and the community has been phenomenal for us in the work that we've been able to get done up until this point. Here's a rendering, a fabrication of the main house at Alta Vista. You can see one of our archivists, Ms. Earls, and also an architecture student who was my research assistant, Javari Henderson, looking at that. And the map on your right is where we've been locating the former locations of the main house, the slave quarters, etc., all across campus. We're trying to team up with another university to get ground penetrating radar from satellites to kind of give us further confirmation of where these spaces actually existed. All right, I'm sorry. I think my screen may have froze.
There you go. You might have to click off and then click back in.
Okay.
So while we're getting this worked out, there's a really great question in the chat. Let me pull it up again. And it is, can you expand on smash and grab historians and how they negatively affect cultural sustainability? And yeah, we like that term. So tell us more about that, Marco.
All right.
Once you get
so-
to, if you can finish your presentation first or answer the question, your choice.
Let me get through it since I'm having some technical difficulties, and then so we can focus on making sure that the audience gets their yeah, I don't know if it's gonna work. I see I have a multimedia slide coming up with a short video, and that may be the issue. But I'll go ahead and address that. Oftentimes, and from my experience from graduate school, all the way now to being and thankfully I just became associate professor of history also here. I just got tenure and promotion. But smash and grab historians and anthropologists, sociologists are people who are looking out for themselves when they go into communities, and they extract information. They take oral histories, they extrapolate physical data from communities, and they leave them high and dry. When I say high and dry, they don't invest in the ongoing project of their community, furthering the work that's going on. Because I mean, as academics, just the nature of our jobs, we move, we get jobs at different places. And just to say, the way we've approached that here is we put a contingency plan. If I leave and move to another university, I've set up steps to where I have other people that are here that are going to take up the work and maintain these relationships. And I think you have to be ethically in line with that to make sure that the community does not lose on that. Because oftentimes, again, most of the time when academics come into these communities, they get the information, they write the book, they get the article published, and it's kind of the only thing you have to get back to the community is a copy of the publication. And that's not the real true help that they need in terms of the ongoing long-term historic preservation efforts that they need going on. And that's the focus of this conference, sustainability. How do you maintain a sustained effort in this? And I think that's very important to us, to Tanya and I. That's one of the reasons why we've been able to work so well together, is because we believe in that sustainability and making sure that communities have what they need on a long-term basis, and making sure that social justice and equality is maintained in those areas. And people don't even generally associate preservation with equality. I just give you an example here in Waller County in terms of the public displays of and the preservation efforts that are going on. When I first came here in 2016, there was no recognition of the Black spaces in Waller County. Man, I did wrote a paper on that in terms of the public history here in this county, being one of the largest slaveholding counties areas in this state, and subsequently there's no documentation of this area aside from those of us who dig in archives. So how do we recognize that people's contributions to these spaces without that? And I think that's one of the great things that's come out of these relationships between the university and the community and community organizers, is we've been able to document this work, but more importantly, we've been able to preserve it to where future generations have access to it through Prairie View A&M University's archive. And that's the beautiful part of this work.
Thank you very much.
Let me see. I just had a couple of one more slide that I try to bring up if I'm able to. I know that we're time, but I'll go to the end.
So while he's doing that, a couple of things that I did forget to mention is the burial site. One of the things that we have done at several of the burial sites in that community is we have gone out, and I heard, I believe Dr. White talk about the flora and the fauna. And so when these people buried, they didn't have funds to pay for headstones and things like that. And so what we have been able to identify, the graves and the spaces between the graves is by the plants and the flowers that were planted, the herbs and the spices that are planted, help us to really identify the grave sites. And then we also use some
other methods with the PVC pipes and the wiring, where we are able to identify the graves in these places. And so when we have people who are coming into a community with development who think this is an overgrown cemetery and they just take a lawnmower or weed whacker and go through and destroy all of the evidence of those sites, you're also destroying cultural traditions that are there. One of the things that we also know is that most of the plantation systems that were in Texas, and I think anywhere, are set up along waterways because they had to transport, the commodities up and down the river. But the other thing for people, African-American people, is that most of our plantation graveyards are near the water. And if you go to one of those plantations, no matter what county you're in, you're going to see pipes in the graves. And what we believe in ancient Kemet society is that if we place the bodies near the water, because we believe that that's how the soul travels back to the motherland. And so what you will find is these graveyards near these bodies of water. And now with disasters, with climate change, those grave sites next to a body of water that floods really makes it even more endangered. And so we're faced with what to do with that. And so we have the Texas Historic Commission is working on, a disaster response to deal with graveyards that are impacted by these disasters. And so I wanted to just kind of bring that up because I'm on the commission in Harris County, and we get questions all the time about, well, can I change my doors? Can I change my windows? If you tamper with that, then your home is no longer historic. But how do you have a person staying in a home, keep a home that is unsafe and unsanitary? And so we're being challenged because of climate change and because of things that are happening as to how to sustain these environments that are so very important for us to be able to tell the story of that space.
All right, so another part of that, aside from the historic preservation part in terms of sustainability, is helping develop some type of local initiative, whether that be economic or so forth around. And we work with the city of Prairie View. We have my students and I, and also other colleagues, developed a historical walking tour for Prairie View, which we're looking for funding for now. And I'm gonna see if it's gonna play, but not, I hope it doesn't freeze.
Yeah, it looks like you're still sharing your folders, your folder file.
Okay, it's not showing.
Yeah, unshare and then reshare.
Okay. Is it showing now?
There we are. Unfortunately, we can't hear it. There we go.
Is it, can you hear it now?
Yes.
And so I want to show this to you to just give you a look at the main thoroughfares you get ready to enter campus, which is the city of Prairie View, how we position different historical markers that we're going to put there. And it's going to be a walking tour and a potential for, for tourism for the city, and highlighting the history of the local area all the same. And so there's a memorial here that you see we're building around local history, but also the Sandra Bland incident, which occurred in the same area. And so we're looking to kind of encapsulate all of that and display it in this area. And this is kind of our rendering of that. But we're working with my architecture students. There's an area for a proposed Freedom Center there also. And there's a Black Lives Matter portion of the street That's one of the historic churches here. And this walk comes all the way up to the university, the front gates of the university. And this will be the last stop right at the entrance of the university. And we have to expand the tour, we've looked at other ways that we want to look at doing that. Here are some works and resources that we have. I have a forthcoming article that'll be out in the next month or so that I'll make available to those of you who contact me, which is going to be in a book entitled Transforming the Authority of the Archive, Undergraduate Pedagogy and Critical Digital Archives. And the chapter that I contributed deals with building sustainable collaborations at the HBCU, reflections on connecting classrooms, archives, and partners. There's some previous works that I have here that I can make available to you. We sincerely appreciate you allowing us to present today, and we're open for any questions. Here's our online information in terms of our emails and also our Twitter.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robinson. This is a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know we have a lot of questions, but we're also bumping over the time for our lunch. So what I'd like to ask is for people to log into the Zoom and pose questions for the presenters. Is there anything immediate in the room that we'd like to ask that's a quick question for the presenters? Yes, Queen Noor. Let me give you the mic.
Where they wanted to build a supermarket, and they started with the wrong question, which is what will a supermarket look like instead of do you want a supermarket, right? So I'm wondering about that timeline of that you're working against of the development trying to come in. What they did was 79% of the people were against the supermarket, but it still went through. And so they did things like they started to have a movement. And there was one guy who, it was the last pine on one of the streets. He built a house in the pine to save that last pine. And they had all kinds of, social movements, but they built it anyway. And then they had a campaign that said, don't shop. Don't shop at this particular Walmart campaign. I'm just wondering on this backside and dealing with this timeline, I got the work you're doing is incredible to archive the markers, and that last walkthrough was awesome. So how are you feeling against the timeline, and what social justice movements might be involved with your organizations and your partnerships?
I'll answer, and then Dr. Robinson can share. So just to kind of hone in on what she is asking, as I said before, a lot of times when plans are being made about our communities, we're not at that table. And so the plans that we talked about in terms of development, those were planned out 20-something years ago, including under Governor Ann Richards, where, there are no feeder roads. If you come from Houston into Prairie View, there are feeder roads in all of the towns around us, but the one Black town, there's no feeder roads. So there's no gas station, there's no store to stop at, there's no revenue coming in that community. And if they are wanting to put revenue in, they have to pay for the feeder roads to be built themselves. The other pieces that tie into that is that there are plans already, plans that Nobody came to the meetings. The meetings were held at times that were inopportune for the people and the residents who pay taxes there and live there. As we speak, there was a meeting held a couple of months ago in Waller County. That a company came in and bought everything. And the people who are there they weren't at the meeting. They don't know. The other areas in that community, there's an old plantation called Mount Zion, Sunnyside, and it is the plantation of Philip Cuny, who was from Louisiana. Most people, if you Google Norris Cuny Wright, people would think he comes from Galveston, but he came from Waller County. That was his father's plantation. That plantation site just sold. And what is the developer going to do with that property? He owns oil in Louisiana. And so what's going to happen with that property? Those people are not at that table. And so when we think about timelines, when we think about, is this for us, by us? Is this something that you want that's going to benefit you, not the people in this community? In a county like Waller, it's hard to penetrate that. And when you ask people and when you organize people in a community like that to really come and speak up for themselves, and because I'm from Houston, and when we go into spaces like that, my mother always told me, you can't go in there raising hell and starting a fight, and then you got to leave, and those people still got to live here. And so it is a delicate dance to really educate the people, but also to make sure that what is happening is something they want, and how to really work and walk alongside them to empower them to make sure that they know we're there to support them in their work. Cecelia and I went to a meeting one night. I took her and a couple of other people. We called that an ambush meeting. And we wanted them to know that these people aren't by themselves. We will come wherever they need us in this county to speak up and to stand with them. And so those are just ways that we're trying to help to just let people know we're there, we're looking, we're watching. By sharing this information with you guys, this is getting the word out to what's happening to people on the ground in Texas, in places like this, because y'all know what happened. We the CRT kickoff state. And so all of this is coming out of Texas, and this is what we're dealing with. Marco might want to answer some more, but those are just things from me working on the ground in the community that I know when I go into these smaller communities and organize. Sometimes people at the table don't know, and there are even some people who want me out of there because they feel like we're starting trouble.
Thank you for your comments, Tanya. They were right on time. I would add to that. That's the reason why, in terms of our approach, our ethical approach, we want to make sure that we're putting communities first. We live among these people, and if we leave them with the short end of the stick, we put them in a worse position than they were in than when we came. And I think that's one of the situations that we look at the dilapidation of relationships between colleges and communities, universities and communities. A lot of that happens because you have to put your best ethical foot forward. And I think that that's something that we're doing, and making sure that we do it the right way on the front end of this, so that there are no repercussions on the back end of it. And I think to that point, our approach is not smash and grab. We actually want to build with you. And when I say build, we want to make a robust effort to where we establish community archives, that the people in the community understand how you document this information, that they understand how you preserve things, understanding non-acidic paper to put documents in, etc. Small things, scanning things for them, giving them access to training on scanning these things. I think that that's just an approach that most researchers, they don't have time to do that, because they're there for the extraction of information. And we're there to build relationships first. And that's a different approach. And through building those relationships, we've been able to leverage this for communities and improve the quality of life of people in the community because of our efforts. And I think that, again, it's all about your approach and how you go into it. And we've been more vested in the communities and more interested in their well-being than just the information that we're looking to extract, which is an important part of telling the story. But you need to make sure that you leverage that in the favor of the community.
Amen. All right, it is now 1:18. We have 30 minutes for lunch. We're going to be about 20 minutes late for the beginning of the next session. So you think we should? And okay, so if you'd like to bring your lunches in here and eat, then we'll try to get on schedule after at starting again. When would we like to convene back and get back online? My co-presenters, Wendy, what time should we tell people to be ready to start up again? Right. 1:45. All right, fabulous. All right, then we will restart again 1:45 Eastern time. Thank you, everybody. See you in a bit. Okay. Hey, Jenna. Do something. Okay, well, I'm actually gonna read War and Peace. So, yes. Yeah, Jenna's got some really great things to share with you.
All right, we're just getting, is this thing on?
Not yet. Okay, you need to come on.
I hope I didn't go on there.
So I'm gonna log on. Gabby, who's Gabby? I have no. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, you know how on yours it automatically logs in? Did I say something? Say something bad.
Millie, how do we turn off the closed captioning on that one? Is that your computer? Got it.
Whose computer is this?
Goucher's.
Okay. So I should be logged in now. Okay, now do I do this?
No, not right now. I will set you up with that. But right now, let's get in.
I think we got it. All right, great. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? All right, wonderful. So welcome back, everybody. You can't hear me? I don't want to breathe on the microphone too hard. Okay, without a mask on, I guess is what I'm thinking. Okay. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch break. Be sure to grab, if you're here on campus, sure to grab an extra cookie or something to get you through the afternoon. Clearly a half hour is not quite long enough for lunch. So so you don't need to put that in your evaluations too. So I want to thank Cecelia for moderating this morning, and you did an excellent job, and I get to try to follow in your footsteps as best as I can. And I also want to just again thank Carrie Brandon back here with his all of his screens monitoring things, and Amy Millen, who's handling lots of technology. So just thank you so much. And also thank you to our interpreters. We really appreciate you all being here. So, as you probably have noticed, we have had what we have in this is short lightning round sessions and then longer case studies. So if you've noticed, some of these sessions are 15 minutes and some of them are 45. That's intentional. That's not the 45-minute people going way too long, just so you know. So next up, we have for a lightning round, Jenna, Ashton, Winton. Jenna has her MA in Cultural Sustainability from Goucher College in our Max program, and she is she founded Cultural Sustainability Consulting LLC, a consulting business specializing in cultural sustainability assessment, monitoring, and project evaluation. She obtained a Bachelor of Arts in Visual Communication from Savannah College of Art and Design, and traveled the world before getting her Master of Arts in Cultural Sustainability here at Goucher. She is currently the folklorist and program director at the Folk Art Alliance at the Walk-In Art Center in Pennsylvania. Her research interests include cultural sustainability indicators, cultural ecology, and applied mathematics in the social sciences. And she's also a new mommy, so which we're very excited about. So
Thank you. Thanks, Amy. All right. It's thinking. Yeah. I don't know. It's supposed to be loading.
Yep.
That's probably we should have.
So, how do you usually go into presentation?
Present reviews, that's the
All of you on virtual land, we're watching the Frisbee of Doom on the Mac. No, because it's not a matter of plugging in. This is the Zoom. This is the Zoom. So what we can do is so we can't do standard.
I can't see my notes.
That's right. Mhm. Hot dog.
Hot dog.
All
Is
right.
that It's a Wonderful Life reference? All right, hold on. I got it.
All right. Let me get you sharing on Zoom now.
Okay.
Hold on, let me give me the mouse. Okay. Okay, that's the audience window. Sure. One more thing.
Countdown is happening. Hello. Okay, we got it. So thank you for having me. It's lovely to be here. My name's Jenna Winton, and I'm a cultural sustainability consultant, folklorist, and program director working in Northeastern Pennsylvania. Today, hold on. Today, I'm going to be talking about my work with communities and cultural sustainability assessment and monitoring. And in approaching creating a replicable framework for cultural sustainability assessment, I wanted to create tools for a practical approach to assessing cultural sustainability and creating tangible data to work with that communities can use to strategize and evaluate cultural sustainability initiatives in their community. So first off, cultural sustainability. So culture and sustainability are two highly debated concepts, and there's no universally agreed upon definitions. Oh no, I'm sorry. But when you put those two together, you get the very debated concept, undefinable concept of cultural sustainability. So in my work, I approach culture as a collective lived experience inherited and contributed to throughout generations that is harbored in tangible and intangible forms of cultural expression. So on the outside of this culture wheel are the tangible and intangible forms of cultural expression that I'm talking about. So these create and are created by a collective way of being shared by a community. So culture is not only the way we dress or celebrate together, it's the language we speak. It's the lens through which we make meaning in the world. We interpret the world and make meaning of it. So this entity we live in, the shared way of being that we contribute to every day without even knowing it, it's alluded to in a quote by Indigenous author Tyson Yunkaporta. He says, it's not the stuff that's on the surface. It's not knowing how to make a boomerang. It's not hunting kangaroos and playing a didgeridoo. It's not those cultural items. Culture is not what your hands touch. It's what move your hands. So this shared way of being that results in all of these cultural expressions is what I consider culture when I'm talking about culture. So these cultural expressions are all manifestations of that way of being. So here we go. Now so we know what sustains culture, right? It's community. Community sustains culture and vice versa. So the assessment obviously needs to be community-based and sourced. So how is the community sustaining culture? In creating a framework, I wanted to be able to study what does a culture need to be sustainable, what drives the sustainability of culture. So not if the culture is being sustained, but are the drivers there and how can they be observed for assessing? I started researching indicators of cultural sustainability. I was looking for themes of sustainability particular to culture that we're seeing over and over to use those indicators. So to clear things up real quick, an indicator is an observable sign of something, much like a runny nose is a sign of a cold. So it's something we can see in an environment and monitor. And because I was looking for what drives the sustainability of culture, I was looking for what are called formative indicators. So formative indicators create a construct. So if these X's over here are all observable in an environment, we can conclude that this is constructs there. In this case, a sustainable culture. So if we have all of these cultural sustainability indicators over here, we can conclude we have a sustainable culture. I'm not saying these are the only ways to sustain culture, but it's like a well-rounded practical approach to exploring it. So really quick, the indicators, cultural access, the opportunity for a community to learn about and engage with its local culture. Autonomy, a community's freedom to nurture culture without unwanted coercion from external control or influence. cultural engagement, cultural communities' active participation in cultural affairs, cultural performance, cultural expression in daily life and community events, cultural transmission, the process of passing on cultural practices and knowledge from one generation to the next, adaptive resilience, the ability of a cultural community to adapt to changing conditions and influences in its environment while retaining its shared cultural resources. And last is cultural infrastructure that enables the delivery of cultural expressions and experiences to a community. Oh no, only 4 minutes left. Okay, so I wanted to go in those a little bit more, but I'm running out of time. So communicating cultural sustainability throughout an assessment by applying community. So a cultural sustainability assessment relies on the community co-designing the assessment by applying community knowledge. So the very first step is creating a cultural advisory committee. So who does the community want to represent them as a community and their culture? So once this is done, the committee will steward the rest of the assessment. So then we need to define, what does cultural sustainability look like in their community? Every community is different, so every vision of cultural sustainability will be different. Hold on, where am I? Contextualize. So contextualizing something means placing it in an appropriate setting, one in which it can be fully understood. So only by contextualizing these indicators can we observe them and monitor them. And then we have assessing. How sustainable are the indicators and why so? So this requires applying community knowledge of trends over time. So the next step after creating the council and defining cultural sustainability comes contextualizing the indicators. So how are these observable in their unique community? So the way one community accesses its culture will not be the same as another's. They'll be different in every different community. So how can that be approached, right? One form of cultural access to a community might be a museum or center. In another community, it could be access to a tradition bearer or a certain geographical area. So in the first workshop, the council is asked to identify specific, significant ways they access their culture. So these become the observable indicators of the cultural sustainability indicator, cultural access. So I call the cultural sustainability as CSI as like short. I don't know if you guys are cool with that. It might be reminiscent of a TV show, but so in this example, these are the contextualized indicators here. This was a pilot test for this in a field test in St. Augustine, Florida, in a region called Lincolnville. So these are the things that they need to see. They need to see these things sustained in order to feel they have sustainable access to their culture. In this process of contextualizing indicators, where they're identifying primary sources of the community's cultural sustainability and the assets that need maintenance. So each cultural sustainability indicator is contextualized in this way. And after the indicators are documented, there's a second workshop where the community applies their cultural knowledge to assess each contextualized indicator on a sustainability spectrum. So this relies on community knowledge of trends throughout the years. So it goes, the sustainability spectrum goes from unobservable to thriving. And the committee can go through each contextualized indicator as a group. And this gives them a condition of sustainability. So in this example, identity represented in public spaces, it's been given a 2. So why does the community feel that it's vulnerable? What are they seeing that makes them feel it's unsustainable? What are they comparing it to that they used to see when they felt like it was sustainable? So by assessing these indicators as a group and having discussions about the indicators in this way, we can identify what may be stressing each indicator and what resources are there to safeguard and strengthen them. So after each contextualized indicator is assessed, they're aggregated for the overall cultural sustainability indicator. So in this example, cultural access is considered vulnerable. I'm out of time. Okay. So after all of the cultural sustainability indicators are assessed in this way, we can create a cultural sustainability profile. So the larger the spoke, the healthier, the stronger the indicator, the more sustainable each indicator is. So in this example, performance is the strongest indicator, and cultural transmission is the most vulnerable. With the qualitative data collected throughout the assessment, stressors to the indicator cultural transmission can be identified, as well as resources that can be built on to strengthen it. The community can strategize ways to strengthen the indicator through strategic planning, project planning. And this profile can be used to monitor cultural sustainability over time by redoing the assessment routinely. It can also be used as an evaluation tool. After supportive projects have been created and implemented, we can see the impact that it's had. And the community can set goals to define what needs to be achieved to consider their culture sustainable. So perhaps it's a certain number of participants at an event, or a certain number of traditional practices, or maintaining a traditional land. So the data from this, from an assessment, also creates accountability for cultural sustainability. New developments can be held responsible for their impact on a community's cultural sustainability. So my work has really been focused within a cultural frame of mind, but the domains of sustainability aren't closed systems. They have to be incorporated into each other to be sustained. Like this diagram over here on the left. I'd like to learn more while I'm here. I'd like to learn more how we can collaborate as sustainability activists to create this holistic sustainability. So there is a theory on cultural sustainability's role in this. A sustainable society depends on a sustainable culture. If a community's culture disintegrates, so will everything else. So sustainable development takes place within cultural context. So my thinking is that culture's role in this holistic sustainability is as the foundation for sustainable development. Build your community around your culture. Build these initiatives around your culture. So I'd love to discuss that. So I'm just wondering, how do other domains of sustainability communicate using contextualization? And how could identifying primary sources of a community's cultural sustainability benefit your work? So thank you.
Thank you. It's always interesting. It's always interesting to hear, data being used in a social science context like this. And so I was just wondering, and maybe you mentioned it at the very beginning when I was running back into the room.
Okay.
Under what circumstances would you do this kind of analysis? And I'm thinking about communities where there's multicultural. There's a lot of different components of the community, and how they might come together to do an exercise like this, and in what context?
Sure. So the indicators, I'm hoping they can be used in any cultural community. So not just, so for instance, it could be a neighborhood, or it could be a county, or it could be a group around a shared interest. And I'm trying to see if they are applicable in all those different ways to any any cultural community. But so where that would come in would be who the community chooses to represent their culture. So yes, there's diverse people in the community, but they should all be represented. Is that what you're kind of asking? No, I totally want feedback. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A lot of different aspects of culture represented there. And under what circumstances might this tool be applied, do you think?
in any situation where someone's interested, really, if anyone's interested in cultural sustainability, but I don't think it would be to isolate communities in the same area. Is that, if that's what you're talking about? Sorry. Oh, just networking. Yes, networking. Just getting in touch with the local people in the area and organizations.
So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for creating this.
Thanks.
Because I can see across many communities that we work with, but this tool can be very useful. In Texas, these kinds of tools are the enemy. And so I appreciate you putting the effort in to go into great detail with how this tool can be used, but also the accountability part. Where when the data is compiled, how we can use that as a tool to take to a local authority or a municipality to share the details and the things that have come of this report. And so I just wanted to come in and just thank you
Thank
for
you.
creating that. This is outstanding.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Tanya. Yes, thank you, Jenna. I'm seeing some really great connections and continuity among some of the different presentations. Your attention to context is similar to what I think Tanya and Dr. Robinson were talking about. And also I think we're seeing this, I don't need this if I can use this, right? So I gotta get back. This is a test because I'm not Mac savvy. Okay, so can you all hear me? Am I coming through? Okay, good. Next up, we have a case study from Mexico. Klaudia Oliver is going to present on notes on regenerative tourism in Guanajuato, Mexico. Klaudia is an independent experimental travel specialist and event planner living in San Miguel de Allende in Mexico. She is a Max graduate as well, 2021 alumni. Her passion is in bridging good people with great experiences. And she has some amazing ideas. So please welcome Klaudia.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Can everyone hear me? Yes. Well, thank you so much. Amy is going to be helping me with the presentation. So if we can put that up. Thank you so much. So I'll start off firstly about me. So I am in experiential tourism, not experimental, although I do experiment occasionally, oftentimes. I'm an independent tourism specialist. Before I worked in large scale festivals, citywide festivals with an intent to promote sort of like larger scale tourism to the town I live in, which is San Miguel de Allende. Since taking the Max program, however, and actually, thank you so much for the previous presentation. There are so many factors and questions I had, such as who's sitting at the table, who's really benefiting, where is my capacity as both a Mexican and an American living in this town to be able to bridge and be of service to the individual cultural stakeholders that might be left out by the tremendous growth that our city has seen recently by the advent of its sort of popularity. It's listed, so next slide, please. Thank you. So a little bit about San Miguel de Allende. San Miguel de Allende is located in the central highland plateau of Mexico. It is a very beautiful colonial city that since 1914, it's received various historical accolades. Since 1914, it was a national monument. In 2006, it received a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is about 180,000 persons, 10% for the last 80 years. there has been a foreign artistic population, which has interestingly been largely responsible alongside other institutions in keeping San Miguel, let's say, colonial looking and artsy, and sort of kept industry out, etc. So it has had this exterior population that has interestingly been there, that has helped in keeping larger industry and other things out before the UNESCO World Heritage designation. It has various forms of tourism, one of which is cultural tourism. It is a very large destination wedding capital, a little bit too much. And then there are cultural festivals, from chamber music to literary to dance to gastronomic. It has seen, the state of Guanajuato has deeply promoted festivals of this cultural sort as being a reason to travel to Mexico, as opposed to many of, like, let's say, the beachside destinations. So next slide, please. So as an independent cultural worker, what I'd like to do is speak about some case studies in which I believe that as a cultural worker, I like to, in thinking about John Hawke's 4 pillars of social, economic, environmental, and cultural pillars, I'd like to propose ways in these weave into each other by being at, I remember, like, look within the cracks and sort of like walking between the cracks and seeing ways that I can help a family both sustain culture as well as having a social impact and economic and environmental impact. So we're going to see some examples. And what I would like to do is just offer small examples, the cracks, because I believe that these are the ones that are worth sustaining in my case, the ones where they're stakeholder driven, where there's a theme of regeneration or reciprocity that somehow defines a new form of tourism, a new interest that can hopefully leave the land and our knowledge of one another in a much more authentic and real way. Next, please. So I'm going to talk about 3 examples of different kinds of events that I've worked on, with some of their pros and cons, or just commentaries and just notes. One of them is to do with mushroom foraging, which happens in a nearby oak forest, and then in other areas of Mexico that also have oak forests. The second has to do with the topic of leakage and sort of like these large touristic events, like in the Cayman Islands. Some of these very large external events come in completely as foreigners, employ no or very little local population, and have very little economic impact in the community. And so this will define one way in which I intervened in a luxury thing towards social good. And the third one is a very emergent market, which is how can methods of tourism like Airbnb empower local stakeholders with some help from myself and other people to be participant in the tourism and have a means of economic viability. Next, please. So first we'll talk about mushroom foraging. Mushroom foraging in the state of Guanajuato is unusual because we live normally in a desert climate. A few years ago, a young mycologist came into town and set out on a search for oak forest. And with that, he found a forest nearby, which was normally a campground. It's a privately owned campground. And there he found a huge variety of edible and other kinds of mushrooms. This, because San Miguel is such a luxury market, it was a way that he could offer some of these very prized mushrooms, including morels, chanterelles, the blue ones, the lobster mushrooms, some reishi, some turkey tails, in a sort of like more conscious and sustainable way, knowing that this is a depleted thing, and so doing this responsibly. He then developed a way of going into nature, and which offers education at once. The day involves going out into a beautiful forest. It involves small groups. It involves going out and having a lecture about mushrooms by various indigenous and academic mycologists. It involves also the sale and making of local artisans of the region, doing both, showcasing both liqueurs, different tinctures and different kinds of medicinal remedies, as well as local and sometimes superstar or foreign high-level gastronomic chefs to go out, forage, gather, come back, identify, and then all cook together with these things. One of the reasons I like this, because it's successful, and I feel it's successful is because it offers an opportunity for some of the women there, before this forest was utilized, to burn down the oak to then create charcoal. This was an economic means of some of the villagers there. And since this mushroom foraging has happened, even though of course it does have some ecological ramifications, cutting down the forest versus foraging for mushrooms and having this kind of touristic experience has provided a kind of an economic viability, as well as taught them to also be experts in identifying and therefore be integrated into the growth of this touristic opportunity. And next. So this is another a case study, which for me, this is San Miguel recently, because it was sort of billed as the #1 city in Condé Nast Traveler, and like, you know, very sort of like the darling of many luxury magazines. It has caused some, in my opinion, unwanted growth that I'd like to address. So there was a very large scale international event which came in, which had, I guess, a luxury clientele that came into San Miguel. The event was for about 600 to 700 people. It was a 3 or 4 days event. All of the staff were brought in from outside, the organizers from outside, all of the guests were external. And so I was brought in to help, I guess, be a local representative. And what I saw was two opportunities. For one, I felt passionate about the integration of our local artisans. We have a vast array of local weavers, tradition bearers, carpet, flower carpet, paper mache, etc. And I wanted to be able to showcase some of this within this kind of an environment. And so what you see, the picture that you see there is a person, and also, you know, showcase the evolution of culture or craft. This was done by an artisan called Christian Sarate. And he did this beautiful flower carpet with the traditional candles and all of this for this event, and participated extensively in creating this event. For me, and then the second part was also the volunteers and other people that could be in it. There's a legion of exclusivity. I wanted somehow for this to have a participation of the local population in a way that would be meaningful to both participants of the event as well as local kids that might enjoy this kind of an event. And yet all of this was going to be what I learned is the term leakage, which means there's absolutely not anything really left for the community itself. And so what I did was intervene and connected them to an organization called Caminos de Agua. It was meant to be a fundraiser from the beginning. And therefore I wanted to make sure and be completely transparent that this fundraiser would have an impact locally. And so Caminos de Agua is a local water justice organization that I'm on the board of. And it provides water education as well as harvesting for people that and have poisoning just outside. And so it does really tremendous work. I connected with them with this organization, and 2 months later, I was really happy to report that because of this event and the donation, which was substantial, which was given to this organization, there was a genuine proof that this event had a tangible contribution to a community. They donated an entire water harvesting system to a community of mostly women living just 20 minutes outside of San Miguel de Allende with a contaminated water source. So this to me was a way in which there is a beginning of mitigation into these large outsider cultural, outsider luxury events and how they can perhaps have a positive impact into local constituents. Next, please. And the last one is a little micro initiative. I thought I'd have a little bit of fun. So this is an interesting, I thought I'd mention this because with the onset of experiences like Airbnb experiences, I'm seeing women that can make tacos or gorditas or a weaver, give virtual classes and actually do really, really well. So it's an emergent market for me. I've been experimenting in which way I can help others through their craft or what they're good at, providing local jobs and somehow help facilitate the visibility of these kinds of initiatives. And so what this is, the car that you see is a 1976 Duster, which was left behind by a foreign Australian that thought he was going to live in San Miguel, bought himself this car, and then decided to move away, as often happens. And so he gifted this car to me and said, do something good with this. There is a person that's been on my team for many years, Roberto, who saw the car and decided to, with his father-in-law and his 2 teenage boys, redo this car. And the reason we're doing this car up is so that we can have an Airbnb experience with it. And actually San Miguel, which is full of tourists and wedding tourism, birthday tourism, celebratory, and even a drive-in movie cinema, we're now currently developing, it's now a family project amongst them. We're currently developing this as an opportunity to be listed as an Airbnb experience. My role in this, once again, is just to help a stakeholder out. Roberto, while he is literate in social media, he's not literate in English nor in access to things like Airbnb experiences and or other marketing. This collaboration with him, I hope, will be something that I can see more of these local initiatives go so that this kind of experience can help sustain and financially and or economically help this particular family. So I'm really open to this conversation, and that's pretty much it. I'd look next one. Yeah, it's I believe deeply that travel is an investment in yourself, and I do feel that coming into different experiences and having these kind of opportunities is something that I'd like to see more of, and hope to participate in this conversation. I'm not sure where we are timing wise, but I'd like to open up the floor for questions or comments.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Klaudia. I love those 3 examples. They're so diverse, so different, and yet really, I think also get back to this question of what is our role that I think Dr. Robinson was raising. And so do people, anybody have a question or a comment for Klaudia? Yeah, Carol.
Maybe it's more of a comment. I loved your presentation. I think it's really cool how you were able to harness sort of external people who are from outside of the community in ways that are making positive contributions to the community itself. What's a good way for you to find out what people need in the communities you work with to kind of instigate those actions when you're working with outside people from the community?
Well, like when right now it's just about listening and being close. I, for example, with this car, I was sort of handed this car over, and it was actually not my idea. It was the idea of Roberto. And so I sort of have become available to listen. I think that's something, and I have close contact, and I'm constantly living within various sectors of the community. And so I think the first thing is to be open and to listen. And if it's possible and within the scope of my capacity, then I want to be able to facilitate. And I personally feel such a surge of excitement when, a large sort of like word for me was stakeholder driven. And what does that mean? like maybe sometimes it points to more traditional arts and crafts, but if, I saw that this Roberto himself had his father-in-law that was a vintage car refurbisher, and he would then be, it also has cultural transmission because he would then be giving this culture to his, not only to his son-in-law, but also to his grandchildren. So this to me indicated some markers in a small project that I did want to facilitate and did want to be about. So for me, I think it's firstly about just listening and being accessible to the call.
Another
Your question.
Here we go. We have actually, Tanya, can you come up to the podium, and that way you'll be seen.
So Klaudia, thank you for sharing all of those examples. It really inspired, me in the community that I work in of how to re-engage community, because all of the brick and mortar buildings are gone, and we do a lot of local markets, but the Airbnb experience was a new one for me. And so thank you for that. But also I'm trying to figure, how do we get in touch with you? Are you on Twitter? What's your handle? That kind of thing.
I can certainly, I'm not on Twitter very often, but I can certainly give you my contact in this chat.
That's good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Are you all just having that after lunch slump, right? Marilyn, okay, great. In the chat. Can you read it, Amy?
No, actually I did a raised hand as opposed to put it in the chat.
Perfect.
Okay, so this has just been wonderful, the previous presentation and now yours. Because you're doing something that I've often wondered whether or not I should do. Basically, I go in and I talk to the people and I get their stories and I present it. But what you're doing is you're involved directly, or in regard to the car thing, indirectly. You're in many respects an advocate. And I guess I'm trying to figure out if that's something that maybe all of us should be doing, or is there something that I've not done that I should have been doing, even though I have not thought about that as part of what my role is? I wonder if you could talk about that and share that and maybe help those of us who do mostly what I do, collect the information and present it. But what you're doing is you're stepping up big time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't come from an academic background, so for me it was extremely daunting and yet ultimately so rewarding to do the Max program, because it gave me this lens of understanding why I do what I do. I basically have a spark or an impulse to help. And so in defining who is going to benefit, that was a big question. Before, I noticed that the city benefited, and the city then sold off a bunch of developments to other people. And actually that question of who will benefit has guided my intentions. And if it can be one family, one child, if it can be a community of people, and this begins with a conversation. I feel, yes, everyone can take this away, and yes, everyone can be involved, because there's a reciprocity. Once again, returning to that word, there's a reciprocity that comes back to you, and just feeling your life fulfilled. The smallest action causes positive change. And so having all of this, I feel that data and the previous presentation is so valuable in presenting towards organizations and people that can instigate larger scale. But I'm here to advocate for the small scale, everyday involvement. When it even comes to, there's a woman that comes to my house, and she comes from the mountain, from she's a rural woman. She comes pregnant with a baby on this side, and the bucket has nopales, which is the cactus. It has eggs. It has milk, cheese that she's made from her goats, and she has eggs, which she carries from outside in a bucket with her 2 children. And gorditas, these little like corn pancake and tortillas, hand-milled blue corn tortillas. And I told her, every day, you can just knock on my door and I will buy from you. So where you decide to put your money, the smallest amount is going to, I feel, help nudge. You know, we are facing a tremendous amount, overwhelming amount of a situation worldwide. And I feel like these small steps somehow speak to us. You know, I'll bring it, you know, it's economic, it's cultural, it's this, but it's also spiritual. I feel there's also a spiritual conversation about our duty and what we can do as sustainable activists within this. So thank you very much. And yeah, I invite you to just like connect to someone lovely and get involved.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Well, you can tell I'm very proud of our students. I think you can tell why. So Klaudia, thank you so much for that presentation, and Jenna too, another Max
Yeah,
person.
Jenna, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think and Marilyn, what a great question. I think it gets back to what is our purpose here? What's the so what? You know, what's the why? What is it that motivates us to do what we do? So, so next up, we have sad news. We had Onaje Jackson was supposed to be presenting a couple of case studies and helping to talk about, well, his title was The Current Status of an Agreement on the Meaning of Sustainability. That doesn't work. 2 case studies highlighting key issues in the ongoing debate and agreement process. And I think this was a nice follow-up to Jenna's presentation about what you know, how do we measure sustainability, and Klaudia's presentation about, you know, hands-on sustainability efforts in a community. Unfortunately, we just heard just this last week that Mr. Jackson passed away. So he's not able to be here with us. And what I would like to do is take some time right now to honor him by giving you a little bit of information about him. And then Sandy, who knows him personally, will add some thoughts. And then we thought that if we have some time left, we could open it up for just some conversation about his question. So so let me just let you know who he was, okay? Onaje Jackson was a leader and pioneer in the sustainable development, sustainable design, and technology movements. I got to do this without my mask, sorry. Yeah. With over 40 years of thought and applied leadership in these areas. His company, Sustainable Systems and Design International, has been a leading performer in earth-friendly infrastructure and facility design for the past 30 years, and has earned recognition as a major leader in solar electric PV system design and application, being responsible for groundbreaking net metering and building integrated projects. SSDI has completed successful renewable energy, green technology, and development sustainability projects throughout the Americas, including with the World Bank in Guyana, in South America, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, and the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and the Nature Conservancy. Before founding SSDI in 1993, Jackson was a technical advisor to the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands, supporting the formation of solar and conservation programs for the Virgin Islands Energy Office and directing the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Program. Between 1981 and 1989, Jackson served as an applied research associate for two top architectural engineering firms in the New York City area, focusing on energy conservation in buildings, building integrated solar technologies, and applied materials research. In 1979 and to 80, Jackson completed an internship at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and designed a demonstration project using renewable energy technologies in rural areas for the government of Jamaica, West Indies. Mr. Jackson has served multiple terms on the board of directors for the American Solar Energy Society, the Caribbean Solar Energy Society, the U.S. Green Building Council LEAD Program, Caribbean chapter, and the Yale African American Cultural Center. He has lectured extensively in the United States and the Caribbean on renewable energy. He received his Master of Architecture and Master of City Planning degrees at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, Mass, and in 1982, and his BA of Arts in Architecture from Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, in 1977. So as you can gather from the description of his presentation, he was really eager to have a conversation that helped us come to an agreement on a definition of sustainability. In particular, he sought to broaden our understanding of sustainability from one limited to environmental concerns to one that recognizes its intersectionality, that recognizes the challenges, the structures, and the systems of power that impact one's access to a sustainable life. And so in his honor, we wanted to have a little bit more of a conversation about the meaning of sustainability, maybe in small groups. But first I want to welcome Sandy Howard, who is a current Max student, to share some reflections about Mr. Jackson.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and greetings to everyone. I am Sandra Howard. Most people know me by Sandy, as Onaje did. And of course, it's impossible to speak for a man, you know, when he can't be here to challenge or add. But Amy, thank you for giving him his due today. I went to college with Onaje. That's how I know him. I knew him when he was Michael, the name his parents gave him, but he chose to become so much more, so much greater than that. He was ahead of his time, and I didn't even realize it. He was an architecture student, a guy who was on the swim team and who played water polo, of all things, from New Jersey. I had no idea of what his reach was gonna be like. I only knew that we had something in common with regard to environmental issues, maybe about between 10 and 15 years ago, which is some time after college. Actually, we went to college in the 70s, when I became involved in environmental justice. And then our paths crossed at a conference, and I knew that was something that I needed to keep in mind about him. And we did talk about these things from time to time. So when Amy sent me the flyer for this conference, I thought, Onaje, I have to send this to him because he talks about sustainability, and I know he was interested in taking this conversation about sustainability and what it meant to people so much further. I thought this might be an opportunity for him, and he seized on it. And I was so looking forward to seeing him, you know, on this conference today. You I hope that, we can start and continue this dialogue about sustainability and how that could be applied. I'm not going to try to go through, his whole theory of things, but I could tell you that he worked from the concept of sustainability as being 3 pillars. I mean, you could have 4, but as an architect, I remember him telling me that the triad is actually much stronger. And so 3 pillars it is: environmental, social, and economic. And so for him, cultural sustainability went into social, and I wasn't sure he completely understood why we were separating out. We weren't really separating out, but why we were focusing on cultural. And I explained to him what the program was and what its origins are. And then he remembered that I was an anthropologist, so maybe it kind of came together that way. But he would have talked about sustainability as he would have been issued in the definitional issues that we're raising today. But I know that he wanted to take it to the point where it's a paradigm for making decisions, and that nearly any decision that you would make that would have a social impact you should analyze it in terms of what the impact is going to be on environmental, social, and economic issues, and to do it in such a way that you could consider intergenerational impacts, which are often disproportionate. What we do today and what we decide, sometimes it has a disproportionate impact on older generations as well as future generations. And that's something that you have to keep in mind if you're interested in promoting sustainability. And you also have to have a lens of equity and fairness. And, so often the issues around the environment, and he worked on environmental issues a lot in energy, but he also did coastal management and the impact of tourism and water resources in particular, because he was in the Caribbean. And so water is definitely an issue there. He just, he wanted to see those movements, those environmental issues, to really try to balance these 3 pillars, if you can balance pillars, but that because if you don't balance them, what happens, right? You're going to get an unstable situation. It's not sustainable. He thinks that there should be a balance in decision making. So I speak to him about him in the present because I can hardly stand to think that he's not here anymore. But the work that he wanted to do will continue. I'm sure of it. And I hope that to the extent people are able, that they will promote the idea of sustainability as something that has an equal impact on many generations and segments of society. So I think I can't say any more than that. He's leaving behind children and grandchildren and nieces and a sister, and God love her, his mother. So I can only feel, so aggrieved by this personally. He was my lifelong friend. And I'm honored to have known him. So thank you very much for giving me this moment.
That was really beautiful, Sandy. Thank you. I think it was interesting as we were planning this gathering that Onaje was somebody that we had multiple email conversations with about what he was going to present and how he was going to present it and how he was going to engage with us. And we even talked about this social, cultural sustainability dilemma. And one of the things he talked about a lot was sort of the difference between sustainability and a sustainable life. And, and I thought it might be worth if I think we have the time, don't we, Amy? We have our break at, was that a heads up or thumbs up? We have our break at 3:15. So we thought, why don't we go into some small group discussions? We haven't had that opportunity yet, except over lunch. And so I think what we want to do is to maybe in this room, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14-ish people. So maybe we could do 2 groups of 6 or 7. And then online, Carrie, is that something you can do, or is Amy doing it? To create groups, Amy's going to do it. Oh, shoot. Right. Okay. That's fine. So I think what we'll do is create groups online. Oh, she's going to be so mad at me for making her do this. So can you, Stacy, do you know how to do that? Well, Stacy might be able to do it quickly or think about it. I think what we want to do is create random groups, but we need to put a couple people in a group together. So I think that, so let's do 2 groups of the groups that's in this room too, and just have a conversation about the meaning of sustainability for you. Yes. Okay.
Okay. For those. Hi, everybody in the Zoom room. This is Amy Millen. You're about to be placed randomly into 2 breakout rooms. We may adjust a couple people to ensure accessibility for all. So just, you can start in on the conversation, but just know you may be moved around.
I'm sorry, can we be quiet?
you
Because Amy's
very
trying
much.
to talk to the people up Zoom.
I'm guessing probably the conversation will last 15 minutes once we get you into your rooms. Thanks.
Okay, so we just need a group, like 1 group 2 groups out of the people in this room, I think. And some of you can stay in here, some of you can go either outside if it's nice out, or maybe into the Schiller room. Do you need me to divide you up, or can you do it? There's a lot of cultural in this group. Yeah, so I think we're all kind of together. Okay. So we'll do that for about 15 minutes or so, and then I think that'll take us up to our break. Does that make sense, Amy? Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you.
I have pictures of everybody else except myself. Are you getting a portrait? I'm gonna try to explain. I'm just trying to explain what I'm doing here. Am I? I mean, you know, I'm trying to talk about what's important, what's refined, what is, did you get some? I just need a picture. There you go. You did wonderful.
You did. I was so. You handled yourself so wonderfully.
Thank you. I was so nervous.
Tell you were, but you know, I was like going, I wish you could have told you.
I knew, but you know, I'm used to getting up saying all kind of crazy crap. But in here, I have to act like I got some sense.
Okay, I've got the rooms. Can I close the room? The rooms are here. How do I get rid of these? Do I do this? Okay, and there you are. I'm gonna have to take a deep breath after. Oh, you did something. Did you do something on here or did I? Oh. Oh, you know what I did is I removed a space, so you're all on one page, so that's good. Isn't that funny? We all use this. I know. In different colors. Yeah, yeah. I thought about using the blue one because of the Goucher colors, but I couldn't get a tab that was yellow. It was only the lime green. So I left it. Oh, yeah.
Hello, people in virtual land.
And in the room.
Yes, and in the room. I guess you can all hear me. 30 seconds till the performance begins.
Oh, that voice. Oh my God. That radio voice. And the curtain opens. The scene is set. I just came back from 3 days of theater, so. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an enjoyable opportunity to talk in small groups so that you got a chance to kind of meet each other a little bit more and share ideas. And I'm hoping that maybe you'll bring some of those ideas to our closing conversation today. So we're going to move now into a couple more presentations, and then we'll have our closing discussion. So it's my pleasure to introduce Cecelia Ottenweller. Her talk is titled Diagnosis, Culture and Black Maternal Health. Cecelia has an MA from Goucher College. She's an independent researcher and content strategist based in Houston, Texas. Came all this way to be with us, and a recent grad of the MAX program. Are you seeing a pattern here? Her capstone was an ethnography project examining the cultural issues behind Black maternal health disparities in Houston, Texas. Before returning to school, as an adult. Cecelia was creative director and senior consultant for the creative arm of Hexa Group, a digital media firm in Houston, where she created and managed special projects, video, animation, education programs, marketing campaigns, led the firm's content and design teams, and conducted UX research and designed interfaces for digital portals and software interfaces. Her other projects include institutional histories, museum exhibit content development, and interpretive design for zoo habitats. So that's it. Let's welcome Cecelia. Thank you.
That's it, right? That's all I do. You definitely don't want to give me any kind of accounting project. Okay, so my presentation today is on a portion of the capstone project that I did for my max degree. And let me go ahead and share my screen here so that we can take a look at it. Okay, so my thesis project, my capstone project, was called Diagnosis Culture. Basically what I did is I collected 15 hours of ethnography stories from Black women who are mothers, Black women who are mothers and also medical providers in female health, medical providers who were not Black, who were mothers and in female health, and then medical providers who were not Black and weren't mothers. The idea is to capture both sides of the clinical interaction in order to identify what the undercurrent stories were that were creating havoc in the clinical relationship and perhaps leading to health disparities for Black mothers in Houston, Texas. So you've already met a force of nature named Tanya Debose. And when I started working on my capstone project, Tanya came up to me and voluntold me that I would be using my research to create a one-day program for her infamous Preserving Communities of Color conference, which happens in Houston. They're going to be doing it again next month, right, Tanya? Yeah, okay. So for this particular one in 2019, she had asked me to put together one day, an encounter looking at health inequities in medical care. And one of the things that I realized when I was doing my research for my capstone was I was looking to see what was happening in Houston as far as intercommunity communication around health equity bias, health equity and racial bias, because we have the Texas Medical Center and it's nested right in the midst of all of our historic Black areas of town. And there's a tremendous disparity for Black mothers in Houston. They're in some zip codes, they are 3 to 5 times more likely to either die or be severely disabled because of pregnancy, right? So I went looking to see if any of the medical institutions that we have in our town had actually had a community conversation with the communities that were affected by this problem. And oh my gosh, it was, I don't know why it was shocking, but it really was that I could not find any institution that had tried to go into the community and have a peer-to-peer conversation about health inequities and what was going on and how to address them. All of the discussions around health inequities and racial bias in medicine were happening behind closed doors between administrators and doctors. They were not bringing in community members. They were talking about the community members. So what the challenge was for this Health Equity Day is that how is it that we have some kind of an event that brings community in as a fellow peer, okay? Not to sit there and listen to experts, but to participate equally in a conversation with the health experts so that there would be an equitable discussion and perhaps some problem solving around health inequities that were happening in Houston. So Preserving Communities of Color was established by Tanya Debose. She did this in 2016 after she and I had conspired together to throw a history conference in Houston around Houston's indigenous music. So she decided she wanted her own conference, so she started this one and it became amazing. It easily became amazing. So the third year of the conference, or the fourth year, it ended up being a 3-day conference, and she asked for an off-site event that would be one day, that would be a branch of the conference that would have its own identity. Now, her organization focuses on impact of systemic racism and implicit bias within a number of sectors, including cultural heritage, community identity, personal health and welfare within medicine, housing, environment, and historic preservation. And what you're looking at here is actually the flyer that we put together for this event. And it happened 15 days before I defended my capstone. So it was kind of bonkers. So what we ended up doing is when I was working on my capstone project, I had a group of subject matter experts that were advising me on how to work within the community to help me identify people who would participate in my project, to actually help me with creating questions and just helping me work through my identity, interacting with communities that had an identity different from mine, and ensuring that it was an equitable and balanced relationship. So when Tanya told me to do this, my first feeling, because I was well educated in the MAX program, was to actually reach into the community and say, I can't be the person doing this. This is something that needs to be created within the community and then done. So I'm happy to do whatever is necessary to bring together people who are interested stakeholders in creating this conference. I approached 4 of my subject matter experts, which also included an executive director of one of my nonprofit partners, which was the Doctors for Change in Houston. We went to go have pizza. It was really loud. So I said, just come back to my house next week and I'll cook. So they came and we drank a couple bottles of wine, ate a lot of eggplant parmesan, and fell in love with each other. And by about 4 or 5 weeks later, there were 12 of us that were meeting every other week and just plotted to take over the whole medical center practically. It was a brilliant experience. So the pictures that you're seeing here are in my house at my dining room table. And we were meeting together and just coming together and pulling up our Rolodexes and talking about the issues that we thought that were really necessary to discuss. Not only maternal health, but also how is it that we build equity into the recruitment of doctors? What happens in mental health in communities of color? So we had a policy development, senior policy person from Harris County Public Health, and she was supposed to attend today. I wish to heaven she was here so I could introduce you to her. Also a retired LMSW who is developing mental health profiles, programs in Houston. So it was really powerful. Okay, so we had our event at Good Hope Baptist Church, which is the site of Barbara Jordan's funeral in 1996. And I found this wonderful quote by Barbara Jordan I had to add into this. If the society today allows wrongs to go unchallenged, the impression is created that those wrongs have the approval of the majority. Our moderator for the event was Dr. Luella Tony Lewis, who's an MD PhD, and I have her vita up here on the screen if you'd like to go ahead and read it. She was powerful, and her job was to be an interlocutor between the audience and the panelists that we had in our general sessions in order to make sure that there was a balance in the way that power flowed in that room, to make sure that people were heard in the audience as well as how it was interpreted by the panel. And this is how we set up our maternal health panel discussion that happened in the morning. So one of the products of my capstone project was to actually take portions of my ethnography. I was inspired by a Reader's Theater project that Amy Skillman had done in her called Magnificent Healing, where people who had actually were part of the refugee community told their own stories and performed them in front of doctors. So as you see here, we set up the panelists. They're all the yellow ones here. Tony is the green one. The blue chairs are the general audiences. And then the red chairs are where we seated the ethnography stories. I had coded my ethnographies and actually identified different stories that identified some of the issues, the cultural issues that were creating problems. And we created scripts for 8 individuals that participated in this. The pink chair here, it was a fishbowl situation where we left one chair open. And that was an invitation from anybody in the audience to step up and join the conversation with the panelists as an equal. So the whole idea was to distribute power. So it was not centered on the panelists, but actually had a back and forth discussion of people who understood and knew the subject. Okay, so I have just a couple of minutes, but the big questions that I have for you all is this is something that was cooked up, like I said, in community. This isn't the dream of only one person. Everybody had a different part of the puzzle that they brought into this event. And the whole idea, like I said, was to balance power and to make sure that the audience felt like they could be peers in the conversation. So what I'd really love to know from you all, and I'm hoping that the people online in the ether will participate in this as well, is what projects have you participated in that have done a good job of making sure that there is balance between those that sit on the dais and those that sit in the audience? How did they achieve it? How would you attempt to do this? How is it that you distribute power when you are in a situation? Obviously, when you get up in front of a podium and you know how to use a microphone, it's great. You can command an audience. But how is it that anybody up here in this space ensures that you have the microphone too? So if anybody has any questions, please raise your hand or let somebody know online so that you're in chat, but throw them out at me. Make sure and we'll pass you a microphone. Jenna. Fabulous. I want to make sure I stay on time, so I'll try to keep my answers or my responses
I'll
short.
try not to sing. So I was wondering if this is a kind of a concept that you could share with other, organizations or other conferences and stuff on like a wider scale where you could, share this kind of framework with
Yes,
people
absolutely.
to
Yeah, one of the things I need to be more responsible about is actually taking the time to write out the findings of my capstone and write some articles. I'm afraid somebody would have to tie me to a chair, but that's something I need to do. And that's one way to do that.
I think it would be great to incorporate. I think people would really like to incorporate it in their work. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Queen. Oh, and also Nancy.
Which one? My only question is, did people sit in the pink seat and how many?
We had 8 pink seats. What we had done is we distributed the script to 8 volunteers before we went into the session. And I will tell you that one of the problems that we had, and oh, what a surprise, is that we had more content than we had time. We could have easily gone on for 4 hours. One of the things, though, that was fantastic that happened was one of the mothers that I had interviewed actually was there as one of the volunteers. And we ran out of time for her to tell her story. So, and the script piece that I had given her that was her story, she didn't get a chance to read. She went to another one. And she raised her hand and told her story from the back of the room about how she had been bleeding and trying to miscarry and had been sitting for 3 hours in the emergency room of the public hospital in Houston. And everybody was ignoring her. So while she was sitting in the seat, she called 911 while she was in the hospital emergency room. It was astounding, absolutely astounding. There was an empowerment that happened with this by giving them those scripts. They felt like they had license to step up and say exactly what they needed to.
Oh, so I thought that was the red seat.
Those are the red seats. Now the pink seat there, Tony made very clear to everybody that if they wanted to come up and join that conversation, that's what it was for. And the panelists were all instructed, they were told and they agreed before we did this that was going to be happening. And one thing I will tell you though is that all those yellow seats were filled with practitioners of color who were there to share with the community and were invested in having a balanced conversation. Nancy? Okay.
And so I think there's a question in the chat.
Oh, good. Okay.
Steph, did you have a question?
Okay, Dr. Gray's question is, how would those lived experiences be different? Refresh me on the lived experiences as far as like the script that I had out there. Basically, we structured the questions that were given to the panel around 6 points that I discovered in my ethnographies that actually showed how systemic racism was operating on both sides of the clinical relationship. And so the questions were framed around those 6 points, and the script was actually derived from the stories that addressed those 6 points. So it was asking the question in an academic way, right? And then bringing in the lived experience of the woman who told a story that related to that point. Right. Now, sometimes some of that has to go with, you have to have a little bit of translation to it, because it's not, when you ask a direct question to somebody sitting in a panel, it's very direct, it's very, you know, one-on-one. But when you're hearing somebody's stories, sometimes you have to kind of see what the nuance is in the metaphor.
I think there's one more online.
Tanya? Oh, no, one more online.
You have it, Amy?
Caitlin said, how might this setup look different without the script? If people were invited to tell their stories without vetting or preparation.
I think that's a really interesting question, and I've thought about that. There's some really fabulous live storytelling models out there now that I think provide an opportunity for something like this to develop. The Moth, I think, is definitely one. And in Houston, we have something called Adult Story Time, which involves people writing their story and then a performer actually performing that story. So you have a couple of different levels of translation that ends up happening. And I think that would be interesting as well. I think the challenge, though, is to make sure it doesn't end up becoming a performance art piece. You know, so much so that we lose the seriousness of what is actually going on. Tanya, you had one?
So I'm going to try to be good because we're in a room. Because I want to tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
So I just want to say that this was a lot of planning, a lot of times around Cecilia's table, but she forgot to talk about all the other stuff that happened at that table. Because
15 minutes.
she bought doulas and, you know, doctors and all ethnicities, young, old, everybody together. And I remember when she called me and she said, look, I want to hear your story. And I didn't think I had a story, because remember, we don't see it unless we put ourselves in the story. And then I started to think about it and I was like, yeah, I almost died, you know, giving birth to my son. And so it brought it home for me that she was doing this, because I had put it over there. This is what Cecelia is doing, for this community. And I never put myself in it. And so once I put myself in it, it became very real. And after we did it at a church, and this particular church is big on health ministry, and the pastor was engaged. They brought in doctors of color. It was really, and it was so fascinating that they forgot to take pictures. And so it really, you know, and so you see me with my camera, because if you don't have a picture, it didn't happen. And so I just wanted to kind of share that it's a lot more than what she could share. And hopefully we'll be able to do it again. And I think the other part that is not being said is the hesitancy of the women that she had to try to go into community and interview. Because you have to build a rapport, you have to build respect, you have to engage them where they are. And that was something that was not easily done. And you also sometimes have to have a person to go in with you to be able to do that. And so those are just little pieces that I think go with this. And I didn't know about this seating chart you had here.
Oh, yeah.
So I just learned this today too. And by the way, I did not volunteer her. She's Thelma and I'm Louise. And so I follow her.
The voluntold happened in our conversation.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so I need to turn over the mic again, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk about this. And anybody considering a max education, come see me.
Thank you, Cecelia. So I love Tanya's comment about, you know, how you put things away, you kind of stuff things away, and then somebody actually invites you to frame it as a story, and suddenly you're in it, right? And I think this is one of the I think this is one of our lessons about communication is put ourselves in it, put our community in the story, and different things happen, right? So I have two quick questions. One is, how many of you are going to be here in this room with us tomorrow? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Steph and Stacy are 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, great. And then the other thing is, can we get a group photo at the end of the day before we leave. So please everyone remember that I really want a group photo. Okay. Okay, wait, I gotta go to here. All right, so now. So we've been talking a lot about sustainability, different kinds of sustainability, and kind of dancing around the question of communication. And I think our next panel, which is a panel, is truly about communication and kind of bringing the two together. The title is Transforming the Grip of Communication Through Crafting Sustainable Socio-Technical Systems. So we have 5 presenters, and I'm going to just try to really quickly give you everybody has a longer bio, by the way, on our webpage for the conference. But we have Stacy Cohen with her MED from Framingham State University. She's a senior instructional technologist at Framingham State University and works collaboratively to manage the implementation and configuration of enterprise ed tech software that supports teaching and learning. And then we have Dr. Suzette Garay, who is online. She has her PhD. She's with Diversity Academy for Interpreters. In fact, she's the founder and director of Diversity Academy for Interpreters and others interested in deaf life, and is co-founder of the Beacon Project. She specializes in deafness and learning disabilities and teaches American Sign Language. Ambarish Karmalkar, PhD, also joining us online. Can we spotlight them if they're there? Dr. Karmalkar is a PhD, Department of Geosciences at University of Massachusetts Amherst, research professor at the Department of Geosciences and a research fellow at the Northeast Climate Adaptation Science Center. And then we have Stephanie Jo Kent, PhD with the Learning Lab for Resiliency. Here's Stephanie coming down the side there. Founder of the Learning Lab for Resiliency and co-founder of the Beacon Project. Her research focuses on how language and social interaction generate cultural experiences of time, which then shape cultural practices of communication. And then finally, we have Erin Sanders Sigmund also joining us online with National Deaf Interpreters. She is facilitator of humanities for the National Deaf Interpreters Advocacy Organization. Her lifelong aim is to dismantle all hierarchies, uplifting the underrepresented, underserved, while also influencing those in a position of privilege. So thank you very much. That's the green. Okay. So this one, hit the button again. This one might.
Hi, Erin. I see you waving at me. And I have a question here. There are a couple of people online, Brenda and Fran. You have your cameras on. We'd really appreciate it if you would turn your cameras off. They're taking up some of our screen real estate that we need for the interpretation process. All right, so we have a very complicated setup here. We have 2 deaf people on the panel who are not in the room, and we've been trying to make the event accessible to them all day to varying success. But I want to welcome you all. Erin, tell me what's going on.
Yes.
Yes, this is Aaron here. I see the hands there. For the access, what it means, a little bit of a challenge with visually act for myself to see this. For Dr. G, if we could, the interpreters, Diwan and myself can be moved over a little bit so that we can, and that will be in our own screen. Is that would be okay?
I think Dwayne doesn't actually need to be on the screen, but Karen should be next to me. Right? Oh, you do need to be on. No, he does need to be on the screen for Amberish. Okay. Sorry, no, stay over here. I'm confused. I confused us. Oh, yeah, we could do that. Could Karen be next to me and Dewan's on the other camera?
Yeah.
I don't think so. If you move that, which way does it go? Is that on Karen and Dewan both? I think it has to stay that way. Aaron, do you want the camera closer to the interpreters? Is that what you want? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, for me,
Bring it in.
since Steph is next to the interpreter for me and for Stephanie, and Stacy, she's got her interpreter. That means the camera is able to be separated. Yeah, kind of, no. It needs to be more focused in view, closer in. If we can see it be a little bit larger to make it for Stephanie and for the interpreter, Stacy, and the other, the four of us here.
Aaron, we also need Dewan on the camera because he's going to sign for Amberish. And Amberish is remote and Dewan is in the room.
Yes, yes. It's a challenge. We can be able to see.
I know, yeah.
the time.
It's the other webcam. Can you zoom the webcam in on Stacy and Angela instead of on the whole panel? I think that's what will fix our challenge. Oh, but now I'm not in the picture at all. That's hilarious.
It's a little bit different. Stephanie, you. got-
Yeah, there we go. That's my left. Oh, I see. Which way am I going? This is the game of, yeah.
It seems like, this is all these skills going on. It's very good that we got this in the room. All right, Dr. G, you good? Is it good for you? Good for you? Good. All right. All right. We'll just keep on going. We'll do the best we can. At any point in time during this roundtable, we'll work with the challenge and we'll hold up and fix what we need to be fixed. And thank you all for your patience and in this. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Erin. This is why Erin is on the panel, by the way, because she just won't let the communication be inadequate. And all the things that I was going to say, in my supposed setting us up are about whatever this, socio-technical systems is. How do we actually do this when there are other languages and we're trying to create space for everybody's voice? And hopefully, now that we've got this set up, we're going to demonstrate that. That's the vision behind our proposal. So we're going to move right into introductions, and we've got we have an hour and 15 minutes, which is now less. So everybody has a 2-minute introduction, and they're supposed to explain how they arrived to be on this panel. And I will tell you that I got here because I'm have always been fascinated with difference. I always felt different. I grew up a lesbian before it was kind of cool. You know, I'm cisgendered, but I have really masculine characteristics. People don't know what to do with me most of the time. If I was a young person today, I would be they. I don't know that that's really the right pronoun for me. So then I just noticed who else seemed to be different based on whatever was normal or supposedly, right? So those attractions are what have brought me into this point in my life.
I explained that, you know, what you're being a lesbian in information. Go ahead, go ahead.
All right. So that's my brief introduction. I've invited my friends to be on this panel with me. We have both similarities and differences, and I'm going to turn it over to Amberish.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice coming okay? Perfect. So I am a climate scientist. I study climate change and its impacts. And I am interested in science communication in general, because I work with other scientists, communities, to be able to translate the work that I do and to help make decisions. And I met Steph back in July, and we were just talking about something, and I casually remarked that when it comes to climate action.
Hold.
Hang on a second, Amberish.
Yep.
Dr. G has something to say. Who is not on the panel, please turn off your camera so that the Zoom would be, it makes us smaller and smaller. So go ahead. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Let's go ahead and proceed.
That's okay. So I was just saying that Steph and I, when we met in July, we were talking about something, and I casually remarked that the lack of action, you know, on climate issues that we see in both public and political spheres is not because scientists have failed to communicate their science. There are other factors outside science communications that shape public opinion. And that's really, you know, when we started talking about this panel and Steph invited me over, and I'm really happy to be here and part of this conversation. I must mention that I'm not an expert on science communication.
Is there anyone else joining into the conversation and the discussion?
Sorry, I'm not sure, Aaron, what your question was. Amberish, I think, is wrapping up his introduction to move on to the next.
Was 1 minute or so, but say that again so that I can, I just wanted to put something out there. It was communication process, the challenges to be able to make exactly the information available. The challenge for the deaf hybrid, in the screens, and that we can see that individually here showing. Again, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So we're just wrapping up and saying that I am not an expert on science communication, but I do take a lot of interest. What I do is I study the climate system, and I try to make that, as I said, I try to make that information available to people who are making decisions. And so I'll wrap up there, and we can come back to other points that I have about science communication later. Thank you.
Great. We'll move on to Stacy. Oh, wait a minute. I skipped Aaron. Aaron, you're next.
Okay, it's my turn. Okay, yes. Okay, there you go, Steph. So, hello, everyone. I'm Aaron Sigmund. I'm deaf, and I'm deafblind interpreter. Today, I'm on here on the West Coast using the Zoom today. I've been looking forward to coming to this roundtable and this discussion for a long time. We really have impacted a moment in time where, you know, the exchanges of ideas and information, the technology systems, the communication access, and the importance of that, and that needs to be treasured for everyone, not just for those of us from maligned communities or exactly for everyone, but it's for everyone. I'm very excited to be here and be involved in this. Thank you. And that's very short.
I think I'm next. I'm Stacy Cohen. I'm from Framingham State University, which is where Steph and I met. And as an instructional technologist, especially during the pandemic, I have cultivated a very special set of Zoom skills. I did not realize, how specialized they seem to be, but through my interactions with staff when they were working at the school, I had figured out how do we make things, appear the way we want when a lot of our technology is geared toward voice. And it got me thinking about a lot of inclusivity questions and, sustainability questions. And as I was saying in one of our earlier discussions in the breakout groups, I'm new to thinking beyond, environmental sustainability and into other aspects. And so I've really been thinking about, professional sustainability, academic sustainability, and trying to apply that term into other spaces in our lives. So Steph said, hey, there's this conference on sustainability. Let's go see how we can be part of this conversation. And that's how I got here.
Dr. G, you're next.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming here today and joining us for this panel. My name is Dr. Gary, or as some of you can call me Dr. G for short. So for today, I'm very excited to be here. I've been working on setting up an education program for interpreters. I am the co-founder for the Beacon program. And we have multiple different, I have multiple different jobs and things that I work on. And I've seen, sorry, I can't.
I'm deaf, and then I wear different hats, and I work with different diverse people of maligned areas and POC, so many different interpreting groups. It's been going on here for 4 years, and thank you again for having me here.
Great. Thank you, Dr. G. And I'm just going to fill in that she mentioned that she and I worked together on the Beacon project, and she did say, Ambrish, it's nice to meet you. It's the first time for that connection to happen.
Nice to meet you as well.
All right, so now we're going to take about 3 minutes apiece and tell you a little bit about, just like superficially, these are the points that we would like to get across today from each of our perspectives. And then we're going to try to have a dialogue with each other about those points. So, there's never enough time, but we're going to just start something. And what we're really hoping to do is generate questions. So I'll go first. And, in the big picture, listening to the presentations today, the connection that I've drawn in my mind is this relationship between like communities on the inside and everybody else on the outside. So like tourism, how does that serve as a bridge or a linkage? Well, for the deaf community, interpreting is what serves as that bridge. And deaf communities are also under threat. Deaf communities are threatened by a medical view that says that they should, have their hearing repaired. And Black and brown communities of color have been marginalized extra because of also being deaf. So part of, being in this space is how do we create those opportunities for voice and make a difference so that the interaction between the inside of the community and those of us on the outside of the community reverberates back and reinforces the strength and vitality and sustainability of that community. And I wanted to talk about a sign from ASL that I think really helps with the concept of intersectionality. And I'm just going to show you the sign. It's an asymmetric sign, which means that the two hand shapes are different. And what happens with the right hand, which is my dominant hand, it would be made a different way by a left-handed person, just opposite, is the identities. You rotate that hand around and whichever identity is facing, right, wherever it is. But the fixed hand is the system, doesn't move. And the system is what dictates, right, which identity you and how much range of movement you get to have with those identities. And I think that it took a long time for this sign to develop in the ASL community, but I think it's very constructive and has a lot in it that can be applied to our conversations. So I'll move it to Ambrish for his points.
Thank you, Steph. So I'll make a couple of points here. As I was talking about science communication, because when you think about climate change and when you think about impacts of climate change on communities all across the globe, what we wonder, what we as scientists wonder is what can we do to make progress on climate communication and climate action. And you look at politicians and people who deny the existence of climate change, they deny the science of COVID and vaccination, and you wonder why that's the case. Are scientists failing at communicating basic scientific facts? And is that the reason why we have this denial? And then you realize that's not really the case. Most of the time you realize that the politicians and people deny or discredit the science because the solutions put forward do not fit their worldview. And that doesn't mean we as scientists can't do a better job at communicating our science. There's always room for improvement. And one example I would say we need to really work on is the use of language and the scientific jargon that we use when we talk to the public. A couple of examples of those words are the word theory. Theory, we use that word to say what the established scientific understanding is. But people might interpret that word theory as unsubstantiated hunch or opinion. The other word is bias. And we use that word to differentiate between what our models are telling us and what the thermometer is measuring in the real world. But the word bias might mean something very different to other people. It might mean that there is political influence or deliberate distortion, and which might suggest that scientists are biased. So it's really important for us scientists to understand how some of the scientific words we use get interpreted differently. So that's my one point. And then the second point I would make is, as a physical scientist, I need to find ways to meet people where they are for effective communication. We must find common ground. And for me, that involves understanding my audience. Not everyone cares about polar bears, right, when we talk about climate change, but people care about their families, their homes, their work situation, the town or the city they live in. And so I can connect my science to impacts that people care about. And I guess that's when I have a better chance of getting my point across. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambrish. And was that polar vortex that you said?
I was talking about polar bears.
Polar bears. All right, Aaron, on to you.
Okay. Okay, I can see here. I think I'm going to connect to one of Amarish's points there, that he was talking to my point as well. Discussions about how to meet people where they are in their education and learning processes. it's a valuable point. People all around live in their experiences in their communities where there's deaf and deafblind people all around. It's their various backgrounds, language, generational, and there's such a mishmash of that, as you said, for the intersectionality. We, the deaf community, with the deaf interpreter's view, it must be the same, criteria, where in the, who is my audience? What is their access needs? How do I establish that access need? And something that becomes an active, a practice, not just a checklist. A checklist is a short-term satisfaction, but they involved in the community. That would ask to do a continuous continuum where we can keep going. All of us of different backgrounds can meet in the middle, and that the middle will be sustainable and sustainability. And so that we need to mostly the basics of the access, like air, speaking, language, so we bring that language into the place where the challenge and people are already being no access to, so that in their minds, the people, they try to keep that coordination and they'll get together instead of going backwards. And this is a perfect time to grab that opportunity without knowing whether the cultural is matching, knowing if the access, and you can see the openness for the needs of everyone. And now I'm going to give it to Steph.
I'm going to roll it over to Stacy.
So I think the perspective that I wanted to bring today, I've been mulling over in my mind, is about academia. I've been an educator my entire life. Since I knew what a teacher was, I wanted to be one. I have been preparing to be a teacher since I was in kindergarten. And I mean that sincerely. I have handouts that I had saved for a long time for my future classroom. It was very serious for me. I was like, I'm going to be like that. I was prepared as an English educator, so I'm a licensed high school English teacher, and then I've been in education technology as a technologist for 10 years at the university level. And as it said in my bio, I've created this 360 view. I spent over 10 years tutoring with a specialty in how students move from one school to the next. Those transitional grades were so important to me, and I always wondered why. And post-pandemic, wherever we are right now, I've really been thinking about what have we learned? What have we further exposed about the sustainability of academia? I was a first generation college student, first generation master's degrees, achiever. It's hard to navigate, and as I look at all those pieces put together, why is it so hard for students to transition from middle school to high school, from elementary school to middle school, into college? Is there something broken about our process? And I feel very radical saying that because I love education and I feel like it's the key to freedom. It's the key to a better life. But I feel like it's broken. I feel like we need to look very carefully about the ableism that is in academia and really address that and how it sits with each of us. And it'll be different for everybody. And it's hard for me to say that. I love so many teachers that I work with that I know, all of us come to this to change lives, to be better. But I think we have been indoctrinated, and I've been thinking about that for myself and thinking about, what ableist views do I continue to perpetuate? And, how can we collectively look at academia as more of an inclusive place of belonging, and really address some of those ways that we're still excluding people from, succeeding? Who is coming into our schools? What goals do they have? Thinking about the terms of empowerment that we've talked about today. How do we empower them? How do we trust that they know what they're doing and what journey they're on? And how do we just give them the tools to do that instead of necessarily saying this is our curriculum and it's that unmovable piece of the sign. You had not shared that. That's a beautiful sign. I'm sitting with that and thinking about it. So that's kind of what I'm bringing today. Thank you.
Awesome. And now you, Dr. G.
Okay. So just to follow up with what you guys were saying, I want to throw out the fact that my understanding of communication access, within my work, I'm more about how we connect. We can have better connection set up for communication access, and we can, make those connections. That's where I feel there's some gaps missing, that it'd be possible to sustain relationships with other people, especially people who traditionally were, oppressed or pushed off to the side or ignored. My work in Diversity Academy program, we hope to set up or introduce some sort of social example for interpreters, so that way they could support all kinds of communication access, not only just with ASL and sign language, but how they're impacted by styles, receiving their worth, and their feeling they can, continue on in the communication, and they can sustain the communication. And so that can happen, and that cannot happen until we uplift the individuals that were pushed off to the side, and put them into the front lines of everything. And that's what we need, that kind of discussion. And that's how we can set up the type of communication access for sustainability moving forward into the future. And so, yeah, that's, I think, a few impacts. We have to first think about what kind of system that we currently have, or policies that we have, and we can continue, or that continue to oppress people, and we need to get them to the right type of access. Also, how we need to create some sort of public education, so that way all people have equal access, and they have opportunities to express themselves, and to cherish the information and make decisions moving forward. And finally, how can we encourage and ask people that are already in this space, that are already like organizations and agencies and individuals who have the power to control how communication access is set up. We need to encourage them to step out of their, use their role and their habits, and to take more opportunity and risk for a better future for communication access and sustainability, so that we know what that looks like. And we need to have that type of discussion in regards to those issues. As far as deaf individuals, hearing, it doesn't matter. Everyone needs to be involved, and that's where my work focuses at.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dr. G. And thank all of you. I'm already, my mind is firing with all the interconnections and overlaps in the conversation. I want to ask the panelists now to think about what you've recognized in the conversation with each other. If you have a question for each other that you want to ask for elaboration on, this would be the right time. Go ahead, Ambrish.
So I think while listening to all of you, one thing that keeps coming to my mind is when we are talking about or thinking about communication access and sustainability, I think what we need is building sustainable relationships. We need to bring people from diverse communities to the same table and build those relationships to move forward. The question is, it takes a really long time to build those relationships. And thinking about sustainability in academia and elsewhere, I just wonder if people have thoughts on how we build those relationships when it really takes a long time for that to happen.
Anybody?
Ambrish, did you say cost, like money, like the cost? Or did you mean cost in other ways?
I just meant cost in terms of time. It just takes a long time to build relationships. I mean, of course, there are other costs involved, but just the time aspect is really important. And you need to have the same people coming to that conversation and staying engaged for a long time to have meaningful dialogue and trust each other to move that conversation forward.
Yes, I definitely need to add the interpreter to that equation. I mean, to the panel, to the ideas that to meet someone who signs and somebody who doesn't sign, you have to automatically, yes, you can, it's a challenge for the language barrier, but it means that other people are adding on to the layer, can they sign? And then they can do the communication access back and forth to have the same kind of background and knowledge of information that can be brought forth in the communication process when that happens. If it was possible, if it was like an everyday basis for a roundtable like this, we could do so much more together, and the sustainability wouldn't take so long. The communication would always be there and will always be needed. It's the education, the life experience, the climate change, and the COVID over the what happens after COVID. Right now, we're finding ourselves stuck with technology, and technology has become even more more desired because the access. It makes the basic situations, makes it more worldwide, that we can be able to work it up, down, and around. And that can be connected to climate. It can be to language access somewhere, and it all comes together. It's really a beautiful web that will be sustainable throughout. You can realize that with the web, without this, it's really intricate how it all comes together. The rain comes, the web goes away. You think about that, but you have little droplets in a web and you can, if that shows the sustainability of that, it really can be come down and take it away as it can be destroyed in that manner. So you have to build, and you can keep that sustainability where there's a weak point, but there's also a foundation that's pretty strong. So we need to build from that. That's what I was thinking.
Go ahead, Dr. G.
Yes, I noticed, everything that you guys have been saying is very, very beautiful and clear and everything, but you have to understand the other issues here. There needs to be some sort of background and a little bit more of a deeper connection about where to start. How your benefits and your power overall within communication access, how that impacts your coordination with others that don't have it. The first need is an understanding of how we've had been able to enjoy communication and the kind of impact that we have related to other people that don't have it. And so that's an important part, is understanding how to navigate through that communication access and sustainability. And so you have to think about your power dynamic and how you communicate and things like that.
Did you want to jump in? I can jump in for a minute if you want to, though. You want me? Well, I'm just reflecting on the question about the time that it takes, and just to say, for instance, I'm pretty sure we had like 2.5 hours of tech talks to try to arrange the setup for today. But, to Erin's point, right, we did the checklist. We talked through the way that it should be set up. But then, as the day began, we forgot, by the way, to share prep from all of the presenters to the interpreters. So this morning, I don't know how to spell the kingdoms in the story that you told, Queen Nur, and neither do the interpreters, right? But there wasn't permission for us to interrupt in the middle of the story to find out. There's many, I won't bore you with the dozen of instances, but the thing is, they're also not unique. This happens every time there's interpreting, because interpreting is seen as, this is something we're doing for them to be included, but we're not actually trying to connect with those deaf folk that we're including through the process of interpreting. We've checked it off. Interpreters are in the room. So I hope that there's some energy behind, here are 2 deaf women whose passions and concerns and skills match everybody's who's in this conference, and that you will recognize the opportunity to do the work of communicating sustainability with them so that the web can grow.
Amy, can you check for folks that have a camera on? Just so that our screen we're doing something different with this screen. So can you check and see if there's non-panelists with their camera on and help us? There's one more, it seems. I wanted to add to that, though, and I think that extends to education. And, as we think about, our students and their different abilities as they come into the classroom. And I think it's really my exposure. I've been presenting with Erin for a while now. I mean, we've been working together for a year. We've done a few different presentations at different conferences and workshops. And I've really embraced this opportunity to be invited into the deaf community by the individuals that I've been working with, the faculty at my school, interpreters that I've been introduced to through them, and really embracing okay, I've been thinking about how, as a school, we embrace our deaf faculty, how we embrace our deaf colleagues, our hard of hearing colleagues, how we embrace different languages that exist among our staff and faculty. But, our purpose as an organization of learning is for the students, right? And we have actually different sets of rules for both of those groups. And so I'm thinking about how we bring, this conversation here into the classroom. What I did a lot during COVID was help faculty teach hybrid, high flex, remote. We did a lot with virtual conferencing and bringing that technology into the classroom in new ways. And, it's still such a learning experience for everybody. And what do we do when, now we've kind of gotten used to Zoom. What do we do when a deaf student is in a class and it's a hybrid or high flex class? And how do we send all the communication to the right people with the right timing and the right preparation so that there is truly access? And without exposure to this, I never would have really asked those questions. So I think that, in terms of Ambrish's question about the time and the relationship building, I think it's so important that we do spend that time, that we sit here for a second together in this room together and kind of feel this experience. This is the beginning of all of your, experience with this. And I hope it gets you thinking of questions that you can take back to your workspaces and see how they apply to, the spaces that you're operating in.
This might be the right moment to open it up to questions. If you have questions about the communication process or any of the content that we've been talking about, they could go in the chat or you can ask here. Oh, we have something has switched with the cameras and now. There we go. That's better. Thank you. We were getting the interpreter mirrored twice in stereo. It was a little confusing.
So I'm going to encourage anybody who would like to ask questions of the panel. We have all of our mobile mics up here. So if you'd like to ask a question of the panel, go ahead and step up here to the podium. Here's our first contestant.
Queen Noor is approaching the podium. She's ready to put on a show. That's what I'm telling you.
Thank you. You said there was a whole list outside of the one of not talking to the presenters, talking with the presenters. What is the protocol, or where can we find the protocol? It's really important in my field, in story, as for storytellers. And I was watching this whole process and it was mind-blowing to me of how much was needed. And as storytellers, in keeping the culture and sustaining culture, we wanted to be interactive equitably. What are we missing?
I can add to that. So I think that it was really a privilege to watch your story being told earlier today. And I think what is so critical here is to be able to envision the interaction ahead of time, to think about the parts, to be able to see through someone else's eyes. And I think that that was part of why we really wanted this to be in person today, why we wanted the interpreting to be in the room so that you can feel it, so you can feel how it changes time and, you know, kind of have that experience. Because now you can kind of see about what does everybody need to see? What does everybody, you know, what needs to be heard? What needs to be seen? What needs to be felt? You know, we have a monitor in the front on a laptop so that we can actually see instead of going like this. Because if I wanted to actually see Aaron, you know, talk, I have to go like this, but we put a computer here so that we could do that. So you have to be able to imagine the physical space and imagine the perspective from a bunch of different angles. And so, you know, as you're going to have a story that's going to be told, what does the room look like? And go through, make a list. You know, lists are not terrible, but they can't be the only thing. But make your list of what each of the audience, like whose perspective you need to consider: the presenters, the in-person audience, the virtual audience. And then make the list of what needs to happen so that each of them can see exactly or hear exactly what you need them to hear or see. So, and get the experience, I should say it that way. How do they each get the experience you want them to have? And then go through and do your tech setup based on that. And it takes a lot of equipment. We've got so many screens here. We've got so much. You need tape. You need tape for all the cables and wires. You can borrow cameras from different places. It's elaborate, but you want to make that list of all the different perspectives and the experience you want each to have. And that will guide you to figure it out, because every one of these that I've done has been very different. I'm not an expert, but I've done it a bunch of times and I learn every time, and every time is different. And I make lots of notes and I like, oh, wait, this came up this time. I didn't think of that.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up, we have a couple of comments online that we're going to go ahead and voice as well, but there's one that I want to bring to you all. One of the things you heard in my bio is that I did user interface design as well as interactives and exhibits. And I also taught 15,000 fourth graders a year. So in a museum, fourth graders taught me everything I needed to know about working with people. But one of the big things that I learned in user interface that really helped me with my project was the idea not so much that I am delivering to, as it is that I'm entering a community and I need to have a better understanding of who they are. In user interface design, there's a fabulous book, and I think it's very applicable for anybody in this question, right? Including with the science question and all of this. And it's called The Inmates Are Running the Asylum. And it basically talks about how engineers in the initial years of developing computer software, including the Microsoft Office suite, which was like that terrible paperclip that some of us grew up with, that the engineers were designing the user interface based on the engineers' perspectives. They were designing it for themselves, right? So oftentimes, like a teacher teaches for a teacher in order to validate themselves to other teachers or their peers. It's like it's a continuous cascade of creating experiences in order to validate ourselves in our peer groups, as opposed to having an audience-centered approach that doesn't meet the audience where they're at, but instead understands that it is all about the audience. You know, one of the big things that I learned in my degree was not to do for, but to do with. Because when I do for, I'm doing to, right? So that's one thing I want to bring. So we have some other really great questions in the room. So Caitlin Saavedra, it sounds like the interpreters can benefit from a deep understanding of the cultural knowledge of those they communicate with and for. How would you suggest building that cultural rooted knowledge into ASL education? How does the deaf community, what does the deaf community need from language and cultural education in general in order to expand communication literacy across the board? Big whopper question. So anybody have that boat, a big enough boat for that?
Yes, here I am. Okay, all right, Steph. I have my eyes here. So that's a loaded question. Yes, it is. I want to answer to Queen Nora about her perspective and her to talking about this. We're talking to the audience as well, and with the storytelling. That part of it is of it in itself an entity. You know, you've got that special entity in there to match. There's so many different things to go through. Who's your audience? What do you want them to know in regards to the story? What do you want to take away from the story? Do you want to bring that story back to the community? All of that is part of that. And so when you communicate with that access with the interpreter, cultural appropriation or matching into the language and make it a match, the cultural, the ASL specialties and experience and the same type of person, same kind of background, you know, if deep understanding within themselves, you know, to do something to check to fit within the individual, or the writer will tell the story, give the same story. So we also, as the interpreters, have an area to, you know, absorb as much in the preparation as possible. So, you know, noting sign in the choices, and then the words where we're going to choose to sign to show the representation of your story, it's precious. And so that we need to, the language issues with those words in hands and sign, you can see that visually throughout, where it's very important. Exactly one word can mess up the whole concept of the story. And that we can involve that into the story to fully access the village to review this. Where we how we were going to do this and where we're going to do this today, you know, for the Zoom culture and internet, that's missing. You know, you can have audio issues, you could have visual problems. We can accept everything that, you know, we can give a beautiful story, but as the individual who's giving that information, need to keep it in the back of their mind. I want them to know, one, I want them to inform them. Two, how do I inform that feeling? And then how to go behind it. And so with it, and what's left is that we can work it all out with the improvement of the meeting and discussion, and before the time of the actual storytelling at the time, you know, it's lots of layers to that. Number two, put in what the deaf people need to have that language. That's a challenge. Basic line is that deaf people need the language, period. You know, they just need language, period. American Sign Language. It's, some people have a preference, you know, for the information for the specific without any context or visuals of that. It's very exact. For example, for that, you know, with the words or the kingdoms that you were speaking of before, and bringing that to fore and those processes, and that way the stories will be more, not, you're not just going through the checklist. That action of doing that over and over again. Knowledge, knowing the environment, who the deaf people in the audience will be. It's always, it could be a possibility that a deaf person shows up. You have to plan for a plan A, B, or C on your laptop. What if this laptop failed on us? What if the microphone went dead? How do we keep it going and keep it running and keep it going forward? It's the system is there, you know, the system is, you know, you've got to have these backups and innovations. The system, you'll have to, you know, we have to feed it, break it down, and regrow and rebuild it. ASL will always change and evolve. It keeps on going. It will always be morphing into, you know, it's a responsibility to roll with that and then keep it going. As long as we keep our, you know, roots in this, as we keep going through, we suggest to people that, you know, bring us to the table for the access and for the events at online, and does it make all sense?
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any other responses to the other question?
Well, I want to comment that first, I think the intervention is providing the interpreting to begin with, and then going through the work it takes to make it work well. And ideally, it does, over time, you build those relationships. For instance, all of these interpreters are meeting Aaron and Dr. G for the first time. So, you know, it's a challenge to meet someone that you've never seen talk before and try to get inside their head and represent them accurately. It gets easier if you do it over and over again in different contexts. You learn them. So that becomes part of growing I would call it a plurilingual culture together, right? Getting away from it all being only in one language. So the intervention is the interpreting to begin with. And I think the other piece that I just want to say is that the way that it interferes with our experience of time is in fact what we need. That's what breaks us out of the mode of being indoctrinated to do things, to teach to the teachers, to keep perpetuating what we've been accustomed to.
And I'd like to add to that too, that, you know, we can envision something all we want, but we have to give ourselves that permission that when we do something live, that we have to give the space to invite the voices of people it matters to. We have to be able to adjust. We have to be able to adjust without feeling like we did something wrong. I mean, unless we're being told we did something wrong, then we need to accept that and process it and move on. But we have to be able to accept the adjustment without feeling, you know, maybe not necessary emotional reaction to like, well, we didn't do it good enough. And I think that that's a common response sometimes when stuff doesn't go right. We're like, oh, but I did all this work to make it right. That's okay. let's make sure that the people who are really needing this are able to sit at the table, right, and have an equal, participation in making the experience work for them. So, you know, we did a bunch of work ahead of time. We thought it through. It was very informed, but we got here and we're like, you know what? It needs to be adjusted. Let's make these adjustments. And that's so important as well.
We have an audience. And somebody, okay, if in Black Storytelling, thank you. Just that, you just responded to what I was going to say. In Black storytelling, if we have an audience and somebody's frowning or somebody saying, "What you say?" or I didn't get that, we have to respond to that. So that's the same space that you are allowed. And I'm going to say that nationally, internationally, you know, that's the space that you are allowed. But we just have to, we're learning. This is a learning experience for me. So thank you. It's the same space. Thank you.
All right. Did you have another question from the chat that you wanted to bring up, Cecelia, or are we good? I know we just have a few minutes left.
Dr. Marilyn White is asking, is this a much larger issue than inclusivity?
I think it is. I move it from inclusivity to belonging. Right. And I am so excited about the potential of this event because you're already reaching across continents. You're also working with a university that's using Portuguese. You already have the essential elements to help us as a world figure out what are the things in the infrastructure that we need to allow us all to be who we are. And I think we can only answer those questions when we put ourselves in these awkward situations where we have to take the time and figure out, you know, how to come to the agreements around how is the communication going to actually give everyone that sense of I can be myself here. I am welcome here. Are we going to end on that, or is somebody else going to say something?
Any other comments, questions? Well, we need to talk about tomorrow.
All right. I just want to thank Dr. G. I want to thank Dr. G and Aaron and Amberish for joining us online, and all of you for letting us have this experience together.
Thank you so much. That was very beautifully done. Thank you. All right.
Thank you all.
So next up, we have a closing comment.
I want to say thank you to the interpreters, and that it'll be a challenge for y'all, and we appreciate y'all's patience in this sustainability. And you got this all resolved within ourselves here.
Okay, thank you. That looks. Yeah, yeah. So we have one last presentation and conversation, and then we are all going to go to dinner at Bellagio, which is everybody joining us for dinner? You're going to miss out. It's real. They've prepared a special meal for us. It's Persian food, lots of vegetarian options. Who all's going? Steph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shannon, 7. Carolyn? Okay. Anna? No. And how about you, Nancy? Oh. 7. Okay. Well, maybe Rory will come. I just texted him. Okay. Well, and anybody that's online, you can join us too. Okay, so our last presenter for today is Dr. Tim Frandy. Tim is a Sami and Finnish American born and raised on Anishinaabe Aki on the south shore of Gichigami, also known as, Anishinaabe Aki, AKI, on the south shore of Gichigami, which is Lake Superior. Amidst the region's thousands of lakes and forests of pine, birch, maple, and balsam. Growing up in a close relationship with the woods and the water, the seasons and the weather, the plants and the animals has guided Frandy's work in exploring how ecological worldview differs between settler and indigenous communities and the profound ways that these differences matter in securing sustainable futures for indigenous peoples. And Dr. Frandy has, his longer bio is on the website. It talks about the books that he's published. He's about to come out with, I think, the first collection of Sami stories. You can correct me if I'm mischaracterizing that. But his work has been especially exciting at the intersections of kind of challenging notions of sustainability in the intersection of culture and environment. He's going to kind of pull it all together for us with a title From Sustainability to Sustainabilities, plural, Dialogue, Crisis, and Power. So please welcome Dr. Tim Frandy.
Olegi, tu ja päivi muussa menemälle tuomassa ja mulle David Wisconsin ser Anishinaabe namis muhtuma perästä puhtaan keämä ja kärsävän saamis eret tälle Tadjo juvo ahte mun stora savichatsi mere maata kattis ja mun halidivsin kunniati muskojam alko almekin kianamis mun ornotne. So I'm going to switch to English and ramble as I try to share my screen. But I would like to take a moment to thank Amy Skillman and the organizing committee for inviting me to speak today. It's always really a special and humbling opportunity to be asked to share a little bit of myself, my work, with you all on a stage like this. So, ologihto and guach for taking the time to listen in a good way. What I said to open this little talk, you might expect is a traditional introduction of sorts that briefly situates me within a web of my relations. From my Kemi and Karasavan Sami roots to my upbringing within a community of relations on Anishinaabe lands on the south shore of Gitchigami, the great heart at the center of Turtle Island, to the place where I'm currently living and working now upon the unceded lands of the Musqueam people, which is sort of in the armpit of the turtle, but not everyone can be from the heart. So today I've decided to weave a few stories together about environment, cultural conflict, and sustainability. And I hope you'll be able to enjoy them and learn from them over the next 25 minutes or so before we open the floor up for hopefully what will be a bit more of a conversation. So I'm not a storyteller like Queen, but we will do my best. So allow me to start with the story. This one hails from my ancestors' homelands in Sápmi, the Sami homeland region that extends across Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Kola Peninsula of Russia. The story was collected in 1918 by a Sami teacher and politician, Isak Saba, in the village of Njavtan, or Nathan, a bit north from where my own family is from, and published in Just Kvigstad's Lapiska Eventur och Sagen in 1927. The story is as follows. In the old days, there was a Noairi here in Njavtan. He always hunted wild reindeer in Ahkobakti, Grandmother Cliff, whenever he needed them. He always made sure to place the antlers in Ahkobakti's antler cache around a sieti, a sacred site for offering. When the old man grew sick and became gravely ill, he told his son, whenever you need to take a reindeer, just go to Ahkobakti and get it. Just be sure that you put the antlers into that cache like I've always done. Then the father died. Some time passed and the boy thought that he would go up to Ahkobakti and maybe get a few wild reindeer for himself. He wondered what he might find up there. He climbed up to the summit. High on the top, he saw some wild reindeer. He shot at one and it fell to the ground. But the other reindeer didn't run away as wild reindeer usually do. Instead, they came closer to the sun. He stood up and shot another wild reindeer. But again, the reindeer still came closer. They weren't afraid of him at all. He shot a third reindeer. He hit that one too. But then the other wild reindeer became so tame, they walked right up around him. Then the man became terribly crazed. He didn't take care of the reindeer, nor did he place the antlers at the sieti site. Instead, he drew a big cross right into the cliff walls of Ahkobakti. Later on, 3 Nwairit, or shamans, who lived in Salan, rode to Ahkobakti to hunt. When they noticed the cross in the cliffs, they turned to stone. The stones are called to this day the Noairi stones, and they are right across from Ahkobakti and east of Salan. And after this, there weren't any more wild reindeer on Ahkobakti. But the antler cache indeed is still visible, and the cross is also still on the cliff. Ahkobakti is an old offering place in Njavtan Fjord. The antler cache is well known even today. So this story, in many ways, dramatizes the mindscape of Sami people at the collapse of during the collapse of the wild reindeer herds along what is now the Finnish-Russian border in the late 1700s and early 1800s. Until that time, the wild reindeer hunt was a cornerstone of the Sami subsistence economy, and 2 communal hunts were run in the year, one in spring and one in fall. Hunters would travel away from the main encampments, scores of kilometers into the tundra fjells in pursuit of meat that would be shared equally within the community. Following the collapse of these wild reindeer populations, the Anar and Geama Sami people who depended on them, including my own ancestors, were forced to take up work in new ways. Whether with the migratory intensive reindeer herding that was expanding out of the mountains of Norway and Sweden, where you'd own thousands of reindeer and follow behind them, or with new agricultural practices that were moving northward with settlers. Above all, the story is one of sustainability and collapse. What caused the wild reindeers to disappear from Ahkobakti? Well, for years, settler scholars attributed their rapid decline to overhunting, Of course, this theory wasn't so much scientific as it was ideological, born of the spurious and racist belief in the human stages of cultural evolution. It was believed wrongly at that time that hunter-gatherer societies were primitive, inherently unsustainable, and destined to either die out completely or advance upward within the hierarchy of the cultural evolution of humankind. From hunters-gatherers to pastoralists to agriculturalists and industrialists, and then finally capitalists, the conveniently positioned Anglo-centric summit of human development. What remains obvious, at least to me, is in the claim of overhunting is the ethnocentrism. It's not the Sami hunting practices that changed suddenly after centuries of sustained and sustainable hunting of wild reindeer, even with the modest gain in hunting range that a musket could provide. Rather, what changed is the environment and the settler encroachment into it. It's both curious and important that it's the presumed unsustainability of indigenous lifeways that is blamed here for the collapse, and not the agricultural-based destruction of wild reindeer migration routes, calving grounds, and pasture lands. Hold on to this thought. There's a Sami proverb that speaks to all of this. The proverb is, how does a stranger know what a squirrel eats? As is only sensible. We Sami people regard ourselves as the squirrels here, and the settlers are the strangers, the Norwegian Swedes and Finns who invite themselves into our nests with their own ideas of how one should go about living their life. Dating back at least a century, this proverb represents in miniature the story that I'd like to tell today. One of epistemological paternalism, one of the good intentions of settlers gone wrong, and one of the near universally revered concepts like sustainability and combating the climate crisis being inadvertently weaponized to justify intensified neo-colonial appropriation of Sami resources and cultural autonomy under new moral pretenses. Let's talk about climate crisis. There's arguably no greater threat to the Arctic indigenous cultures today in the world than climate change. Climate shift has caused an array of minor ecological crises in Sapmi. In the years past, the weather in Sami was relatively stable, and reindeer survived through winters by digging deep in snows for ground forage with their shovel-like hooves. In recent decades, however, weather patterns have begun to destabilize, creating challenging conditions for reindeer to forage in particular with the increasing frequency of wintertime skierta, which is a snow that falls upon wet ground, and chuaki, which is when rain freezes on bare ground, both of which lock up ground vegetation and lichens in a hard crust of ice. This makes it difficult for the reindeer to eat during winter or even smell the ground forage. When reindeer do dig up lichens, locked in skarta or chuaki, the root dislodges from the earth, leading to the rapid decimation of lichen beds. For some, like reindeer herder from Kiruna in Sweden, Lars Anders Kuchmanen, these snows are so unusual that there's no proper Sami word in the vast lexicon of snow terms in the Sami languages of more than 200 terms for snow and ice that would even describe these new snows. He explains, the snow has no name. I don't know what it is. It's like an early chavi, a wet packing snow, which normally comes in March. The winters are warm now and there's rain making the ground icy. With increased pressure from logging, mining, and settler encroachment, shrinking, for instance, undisturbed reindeer grazing land in Norway by 70% over the last 100 years, reindeer have fewer and fewer places to forage. The resulting changes cause the reindeer to disperse in winter in pursuit of food and have caused more herders to be dependent upon agricultural products to help survive the winters. Climate change has caused more complex shift than to foraging patterns alone. Changes in prevailing winds have disrupted reindeer migration routes, pushing reindeer into strange territories in neighboring sitas or like municipalities for reindeer herders. Changes to the nature of the snowpack has affected migration times, since icy conditions will injure reindeer. Changing water temperatures and unstable ice has made it difficult and dangerous for reindeer to cross rivers at traditional times of migration. Further, rising water temperatures have caused issues with fish reproduction, changed aquatic vegetation in lakes, and made water unsafe to drink in many rivers. Normally, you can still drink the water straight from the rivers, and it's perfectly safe in most situations. In the forest, many desirable species like willow grouse, lemmings, and songbirds are in decline, and the slow rise in winter's coldest temperatures has allowed various invasive species of insects like the winter moth, whose eggs cannot withstand minus 35-degree winter temperatures, to creep further north and decimate birch trees, another crucial food source for reindeer. Far worse, the deteriorating sea ice of north of Russia will soon open up the grim prospect of year-round Arctic shipping lanes, either in 2022 or 2023, bringing new waves of industrialization, extraction, pollution, and colonization to the numerous indigenous peoples in circumpolar Eurasia. Unfortunately, so many of the so-called solutions to address climate change cause as many problems as they resolve in Sami communities. Although Nordic states are doubling down on the notions of green economies, investing in wind power in Sweden and Norway, or in high-end battery production in Finland, which is supposed to be the new Nokia to save the economy, these projects disproportionately are carried out on Sami lands to disastrous effect. A massive proposed iron mine at Galak, Sweden, has become the site of Sami resistance to the UK-based Beowulf Mining Company. And even after an apparent Sami victory in 2014, the Swedish government has reversed course in the last few months, with recently elected Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson insisting that what Sweden needs for the future is more mines. In Norway, a plan was recently approved to allow copper mine tailings to be directly dumped in Repparfjord, a national salmon reserve, which will lead to massive aquatic death and disruption of salmon habitat. While it's trying to, there's fishing restrictions in Sami territories further north. In Finland, a proposed Arctic rail line, touted as essential to sustainable development, was at least temporarily shut down in 2019 after rounds of Sami protest, and of course, the declared unprofitability of such a project at this time. Such rail projects quite explicitly are built to extract timber and minerals, and also to bring up settlers to work, to play on Sami lands. A recently proposed nickel mine in Kautokeino, Norway, would produce upper-end batteries for electric cars like Teslas, but also destroy the reindeer herding economy throughout this important municipality and obliterate easily the single most stronghold of North Sami culture and language in existence today. In both Sweden and Norway, the construction of massive wind power projects on Sami territories has threatened reindeer migration routes, since reindeer won't go within 10 kilometers of a wind turbine. In Sweden, activists circulated this map, illustrating just how extractive wind energy can be, and also how the north powers the south. On the left, the best locations for wind power. In the center, the areas of greatest energy consumption. On the right, the proposed wind power development. In Norway, 2 wind farms erected on the Fosen Peninsula were declared illegal in 2021, and in violation of the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The Norwegian states must remove the structures, though have not started yet, more than a year later. The damage to the land will literally take decades to recover from. Sami people have come to term these projects green colonialism, a term that describes the use of colonized indigenous lands to secure the sustainable futures of a settler colonial state. Each of these projects are considered an essential component of sustainable development, essential to the self-branded green state, which serves as the moral conscience of the West in the 21st century, which the Nordic states love to pride themselves on. But like any ideology, I would say sustainability must be viewed in relation to the maintenance and reproduction of social power. Who is sustaining what and at what cost? Whose cultural logics are used? Sustaining an environment, for instance, presupposes consensus over what an environment is and how humans should live with in relation to it, whether economically or culturally. We do not simply sustain an environment, we sustain a specific cultural relationship to it. Do we sustain a forest for board feet and pulpwood? Do we manage it for hunting and recreation or for its beauty? Do we manage it to produce berries, medicines, and quality birch bark? Do we manage it to be accessible by vehicle or only by foot? All of these choices matter tremendously in how an environment shapes itself, how a forest becomes a forest. And these choices differ profoundly across cultural lines. Story 2, about use and disuse of the environment. So I grew up near Waswaganing, Lac du Flambeau, northern Wisconsin, an Anishinaabe reservation, just South Shore of Lake Superior. It's a beautiful part of the world with deep forests, thousands and thousands of freshwater lakes and rivers, and long winters blanketed under feet of white snow. If one has the eyes for such things, it's easy to see the forest change right at the reservation boundary. The biodiversity increases. The trees have a different mixture of mature and immature growth. Berries grow in more